Craig Ramon said that Gwyneth Paltrow never talked with anyone at the scene. There's, of course, disputed testimony that she swore at Terry at the scene. In either case, it shows negligence afterwards because it delayed the summoning of ski patrol because Craig Ramon said he was shocked or stunned that what's going on here, and then next thing you know, everyone leaves and he's there alone with Terry Sanderson.
So what's the evidence, as pointed out by the defendant in their briefing, what's the evidence that delay in treatment, and we get this in, a medical malpractice case where there's an allegation that the diagnosis was delayed negligently, and there always has to be medical evidence to support damages during that delay period.
The delay, well, there was...
What were your client's damages during, if it was delayed, what were your client's damages?
At least $1, Your Honor, worth of damages. He was frightened. There's evidence from Craig Ramon that he was frightened. Terry Sanderson testified he was frightened, and that added to his mental anguish, compounding his mental health injuries.
But fright doesn't support a negligence claim, does it?
It may just be worth $1 or more, but
no. But my question is,
it does support a negligence claim.
Isn't that what negligent infliction of emotional distress claim is all about? Whether fright can be recovered, and that has already been evaluated by the court.
It has been, but then we're focusing not on NIED. We're focusing on the delay in treatment, the delay in summoning the ski patrol.
But the only damage that you can point to is fright.
Well, there's fright and the delay, and the fact that.
Let me ask you the secondary question. I'd like you to comment on: can she recover for that anyway under the negligence claim?
Can he or she?
Can't your client recover for that fright, or I assume under the jury instruction that would be mental anguish.
Yes.
Under the non-economic damages jury instruction. So can't you recover for that anyway? What does this give you? This post-accident conduct give you that you don't already have?
In comparison to the permanent brain injury, it doesn't. It's small, but it gives us additional damage that continues afterwards because.
And why can't you argue that damage anyway?
We can, but it's. I mean, it seems like the defense wants to cut off all evidence because of the motion for summary judgment on negligent infliction of emotional distress, but that only says that claim is gone, which has a different standard than normal negligence.
Correct.
So we're arguing that standard negligence applies here for what happened after the crash. We also have the violation of the skiers code and the Summit County ordinance, the safety, which requires that the defendant stay on the scene to summon help, give out names. The evidence at trial shows that Terry Sanderson was knocked out and didn't know what happened, and Whitney Smith did not believe Craig Ramon saying, "Hey, it was Gwyneth Paltrow," and so what happened was he continued to be frightened even up until Whitney Smith took him down in the toboggan, and maybe at the ski first aid station excuse me, Miss Whitney Smith, the patroller, took care of Terry, and Craig Ramon had said it so many times, finally it dawned on Terry that no, it wasn't me, and he could relax because of that ongoing negligence delayed the treatment. Whitney Smith was not able to properly assess Terry and properly investigate this, properly do the things that a patroller would normally do if Miss Paltrow had hung around. So the damage is, I think, it's I'm not saying it's as big as the main injury, which is the brain injury. It's not, but the broken ribs were causing pain. Terry was frightful about what had just happened to him. He's waking up from unconsciousness. There's clear testimony to all of that. Craig Ramon says that. Terry Sanderson says that. Craig Ramon confirms it. Even Whitney Smith confirms the disorientation. And even on the log of the ski patrol, it says disorientation.
My question still, though, is I agree with all of that. My question still is, though, if I grant a directed verdict as to liability on these allegations of post-accident, failure to give name and address, failure to render aid, if I grant a directed verdict on those two things, why can't your client still recover for all of that fright, for all of that delay? I mean, isn't that something that you can still argue under?
Oh, yes. We definitely agree with you on that, Your Honor.
So what does it give you, I guess, this post accident acts or omissions?
I don't think it requires a special instruction. I think it's just the standard negligence. Just like, let's say there's a car crash, and the crash creates an injury. In addition, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention this. This was filed at 9:30 last night. Sam Goldstein testified right there that this delay and denial and caused Terry to suffer additional psychological, as well as not neuropsychological, not brain damage, but psychological or psychiatric injury, where to this day, where Terry is upset, more than upset, but Sam Goldstein, the neuropsychologist, testified that this pattern has caused Terry to continue to suffer damages. It's not brain damage per se, but it's emotional or psychiatric or psychological trauma, not neuropsych. And Sam Goldstein, who's also a psychologist, testified to that, and that it's ongoing to this day on this witness stand right here. And we don't want to compare it to the brain injury, but all combined, it's all those factors combined to support Terry's damage claim for negligence. And we just think that to artificially cut it off at the end of the impact, and when Miss Paltrow bounces off Terry and slides off and Terry's face down, as the testimony of Craig Ramon confirms, that's not the end of the story. The story continues on and has affected Terry to this day, at least psychologically, and Sam Goldstein confirms that.
Let me get this straight about, so I understand the failure to render aid aspect. And are you relying on the ordinance for that?
Both the ordinance and the ski code, but it's not just the failure to render aid, it's also the... Okay, go ahead. And
then the second question is, failing to give name and address. How do you attach that to any damage?
Well, that's like in the car crash, and someone's dazed, concussion, and it may not be a hit and run. It may be something less. They stayed and they said, "Are you okay?" And if we assume they're correct, but they get up, and Craig Ramon says Gwyneth Paltrow didn't say anything. And they just get up and then they drive away.
But the ordinance requires, are you relying on the ordinance for the name and address thing too?
Both of them, but also just common sense. It could be a sidewalk.
What?
It could be a sidewalk, Your Honor.
Both of what? You're relying on both of them, you said? Both
the ski ordinance and the skier's code.
Does the skier code say that you need to give your name and address?
The skier's code, yes.
What's that exhibit, plaintiff's exhibit?
Well, it was testified to by Eric Christensen and I believe by Paul Bogger yesterday, that there's a skier's code, and it's also testified to by, it's just kind of, it's standard, like...
Mr. Sorensen, do you have the plaintiff's exhibit for that skier code?
Let me look, Your Honor. I don't have it right this minute. Just a second.
I can look for
Here
it
it
too.
is. It's 37. doesn't talk about giving your name and address if there's an impact. So the only evidence that I'm aware of for establishing that as possible evidence of negligence is the ordinance.
I think the ordinance, but also.
And the ordinance says that they're to give it to a Deer Valley employee, and she already had done that before she even started that day. The Deer Valley employees, the ski instructors knew who she was and
Right,
had
but
her
the
contact information.
But the clear testimony is the ski instructor, Christensen, did not give her information.
But the ordinance doesn't require that.
The ordinance or the skier's code?
Either one. The ordinance says that they're to give it to a Deer Valley employee if there's an accident. Am I reading that right? I think that's Exhibit 38.
Plaintiff's exhibit, Your Honor.
Yeah, at the very end of the Summit County reckless skiing ordinance, the last phrase. If it is necessary to secure aid for a person injured in the collision, the person securing such aid shall give his name and address as required herein after such aid is secured and before leaving the ski area.
Okay.
And that's
And
38.
who's the person securing such aid? I think that's the person that reported it, right? Wouldn't that be Mr. Ramon?
Yeah, it says any skier above the first part of that full sentence of Part C. Skier's duty to notify operator or employee in event of collision. Any skier involved in a collision with another skier or person in which injury results shall give his name and address to an employee of the ski area operator or a member of the ski patrol.
And that's my
before
point.
leaving.
Didn't she do that? Isn't it undisputed that she gave that information to a ski area operator?
It wasn't on the incident report. When my client sought that information, it wasn't listed on, in fact, it was whited out on the information he got, so he had no way to contact her, and he had to spend additional effort, psychological effort that was harmful to him, as per Dr. Goldstein. This continuous denial and obstruction added to his torment and damages. Now, you could say it's wrong, it's small, but Dr. Goldstein said it was significant enough that he reported on it and said Terry Sanderson was still suffering from it 5 years later.
I think I do understand the argument now.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Owens, any follow-up?
Thanks, briefly. None of us wants to confuse the jury. They understand this is a negligence claim. But even I'm confused on this idea of she did something negligently after the fact. There's been no evidence, no expert testimony or otherwise that the delay caused any harm whatsoever.
What about Goldstein's testimony?
So Goldstein's testimony, as I recall, it was Eric Christensen's yelling, not Gwyneth Paltrow's not yelling. He described Mr. Sanderson observing and hearing a man screaming in his face, Eric Christensen. That's disputed by Mr. Christensen, but even if it's assuming it's to be true, that has nothing to do with Gwyneth Paltrow's personal information.
What about the argument that the difficulties encountered later in figuring out who this was and establishing, the correct information from the reporting caused additional, I guess, anguish on the part of Mr. Sanderson?
So Steve Graff, the Deer Valley head of operations, reported receiving 2 contacts from the patient, from Sanderson, and that he responded and relayed Gwyneth's proper
And
information.
I realize that's your evidence, that's the defendant's evidence, but what about the plaintiff's evidence? Could the jury not make some conclusions based on that that are reasonable?
So, what do we know is by 6 hours, he knew the person's name and actually thought it was cool. I'm famous. And I think the undisputed testimony is that the ski instructor told Ramon, your buddy just took out Gwyneth Paltrow. Now, if Sanderson's testimony is to be believed, he wasn't in his best state to receive an address or anything. It was appropriate to talk to his friend. His friend Craig Ramon's right there. That was Gwyneth Paltrow. You can Google Gwyneth Paltrow and get an address for her work. They had that together. Then they were texting on their meet-up group, like Gwyneth Paltrow did this. So they had information right away. The mental distress and things, I think, as you said, they can talk about that, the aftermath, but not her actions. She didn't have negligent actions. By, I think in all reports, Terry said, I'm okay.
What about Terry's testimony and Mr. Goldstein? I guess that's what I'm focusing
Okay,
on, their evidence.
Goldstein's,
Terry says that he was frightened by the fact that he was just left there.
yes.
And Dr. Goldstein substantiates that and substantiates that it was a continuing concern.
Goldstein, and I took it all to mean Christensen. Terry looked up, he saw a Deer Valley person in a green outfit, and he said, oh good, there's someone here to help me. And then when the green Deer Valley guys skied away, which is contrary to Eric Christensen's testimony that he was the last on the scene, but let's presume Sanderson's testimony is correct. He felt abandoned. He didn't say, I felt abandoned that Gwyneth left. I don't remember that testimony. So I think they're conflating the two. It's probably a good thing that Gwyneth didn't stay. She was pretty mad. She got the all clear from Christensen. He's okay. They observed no unconsciousness, by the way. He's on his feet. Ski patrol people, everything okay? Everything's okay. And then you can leave. The abandonment came from the ski employee. And that was for, keep in mind, a few minutes. Because a few minutes later, downhill, I'm not okay. Okay, different story, but I'm not okay. Let's flag the patroller. Whitney's there, and so we really are talking about a couple minutes. And it wasn't from the Gwyneth abandonment, it was from the ski patroller. He felt like the ski patroller had bullied him and had abandoned him. He never said, I felt hurt and abandoned and frustrated that the skier, whose name they now knew, had left. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Well, I don't want to delay the jury. Let me just rule on these motions. So as to the directed motion on the negligence claim, the general negligence claim for the accident itself, the court denies the motion for the reasons that and the evidence that were marshaled by Mr. Buhler. As to the post-accident conduct, it's a little more difficult, and it's also complicated by the fact that there was a negligent infliction of emotional distress claim that was dismissed, and essentially what the plaintiff is claiming is related to the post-accident conduct, is in the nature of emotional distress or emotional or mental suffering, the fright associated with being left alone, and the fright associated with failure to give name and address. Let me just address that part first. So I don't think there's any evidence that the jury could decide that Ms. Paltrow did not give her name and address to an employee of the ski area operator or a member of the ski patrol before leaving the vicinity. She did do that. So I don't believe that she violated her any duty that might be imposed by the ordinance, and that's the only place that there's any evidence that requires her to give her name and address at the scene of an accident. And so that post-conduct, I think, is out. As to the duty to render aid, I think that there is an issue of fact, and there is evidence that the jury could decide that the duty to render aid was not followed. And I'm relying on the plaintiff's testimony himself, as well as that of Sam Goldstein and Mr. Ramon. I think that I acknowledge that the testimony on this issue was primarily directed at the Deer Valley employee and the fact that they allegedly abandoned the plaintiff at the scene. But I think that there's enough testimony from both the plaintiff, Mr. Ramon, and then also from Sam Goldstein to also include the defendant herself. And I'm not commenting at all on any of the evidence that the defendants have presented on that issue. I'm only focused on what the plaintiff presented, because I'm required to do that, and I'm also required to grant them any reasonable inferences from that evidence that the jury might be able to make. So that portion of the motion is denied. I guess what that will leave for us is to determine how to read that ordinance in terms of a jury instruction. So we still have that to resolve after we spoke last night. Any questions or clarifications?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, why don't we just take a short break then, and we'll return with the jury. Thank you. Are there any other preliminary issues? Okay. Let the lawyers know the jury's on the way. Good morning. We're just waiting on a few more parties, so it'll just be a moment. There was no snow this morning, but I understand we may get some later, So let the record reflect that all parties and counsel are present, the jury is present. And I realize we took a few witnesses out of order, but at this point, does the plaintiff rest its case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. We called Dr. Carl Black, our neuroradiology expert.
Thank you. Mr. Black, right up here. Or Dr. Black.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning. Come have a seat. Once you get situated, if you could state your full name and spell it.
My name is Carl Milton Black, CarlMilton Black.
Thanks for being here with us, Dr. Black. Let's begin by just asking you what your role is in this case.
I was asked to review imaging related to this case between the years of 2009 through 2021.
And what expertise do you have that allows you to opine on imaging of brain scans?
I'm a fellowship-trained neuroradiologist. I also have fellowship training in vascular and interventional radiology, and I'm double board certified by the American Board of Radiology in neuroradiology and vascular and interventional radiology.
And is there anything about that experience and training that is relevant to your opinions in this case?
Yes, I have expertise in analyzing imaging of the brain.
Okay. And let's just go over very quickly the images that you reviewed. Maybe give us the type of image and then the years of those images were taken.
The imaging consisted mainly of CT, Doppler, and MRI. The range of years dated back to imaging performed at the Veterans Administration Hospital in 2009, and then subsequently imaging again at the Veterans Administration in 2016, imaging performed at COG-FX in 2017, and subsequent imaging performed in 2021 at Blue Rock Medical or Riverwoods.
And does that mean that you reviewed imaging both before the ski accident and after the ski accident?
Yes.
And in your review of the imaging, did you see any evidence of traumatic brain injury after the accident?
No.
Did you see any imaging, any evidence in the imaging before the accident that might be consistent with Mr. Sanderson's post-accident symptoms?
Yes.
And we'll talk about the specifics of those. Are you also familiar with Dr. Gibby's opinions in this case? As the jury will recall, Dr. Wendell Gibby is plaintiff's radiology expert. Are you aware of that?
I have reviewed the reports that were provided by Dr. Gibby on imaging that he performed in 2021. I've also reviewed his deposition that he provided to the court.
And so you're familiar with his opinions in this case?
As reflected in his reports and his deposition, yes.
Yeah. In addition to the imaging itself, did you read the reports that were created by the radiologist who took that imaging?
Yes.
And we'll look at those reports in detail. I just want to make it clear that what you've reviewed, you feel like you've reviewed everything you needed to assess this imaging that you've described?
Yes, I've reviewed both the imaging itself and the reports associated with each of those studies.
Okay, so I want to start with an exhibit the plaintiff or the jury has already seen. It's a exhibit to Dr. Gibby's deposition, I believe. You've seen this. I'll show it, and for reference, I know we marked it as one of plaintiff's exhibits, and I'm forgetting the number now. I just had it in my head. Do you guys recall?
Which one?
This one right here. We added it to the end. I apologize, I had it in my mind and now I've forgotten. Well, while they're looking that up, Dr. Black, have you seen this image before?
I have.
And what is it?
This is a axial image from an MRI performed at COG-FX on October 18th, 2017. Specifically, it's a FLAIR T2 sequence.
And do you understand COG-FX or cognitive FX to be Dr. Fong's clinic?
That's my understanding.
Okay, just to help the jury, they have heard from Dr. Fong. So an MRI was taken at Dr. Fong's clinic. Were those green arrows part of the MRI initially?
No. Those were, I believe, placed by Dr. Gibby during his deposition.
Okay. And what do you understand those to mean? What did Dr. Gibby put those arrows there for?
Those arrows are pointing to what he's terming white matter disease.
And what is white matter disease?
White matter disease reflects scarring in the brain, and often it occurs around the ventricles that you see here. In the deposition, Dr. Gibby's using these arrows to point to areas where he suspected that these may relate to trauma.
I see. And I'm noting that Peter Jensen on my team has just noted that this is Plaintiff Exhibit 31, I believe, to the record.
Okay.
Okay, so those same points that we're looking at with the green arrows, in your understanding of Dr. Gibby's opinions, is he pointing to those as evidence of post-collision problems for Mr. Sanderson?
That's what he indicates in his deposition, yes.
But in your review of the prior imaging, do those same findings show up?
If you review the imaging from 2009, at which time Mr. Sanderson had a comprehensive imaging workup that included imaging of his brain as well as the blood vessels that supply his brain, these findings were present in 2009. I
see. And I believe you've prepared some images that you've taken from the prior to the accident images and post-accident images and noted those, and is that correct?
That's correct.
And we'll show those to the jury in just a second, but what I want to do while we have this one up is give you a pointer and have you point to other findings that you see in this MRI from 2017. Is that okay? Will that help you explain to the jury your opinions about this image?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Okay, I'll bring it to you. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, Dr. Black. So you've talked about the green arrows. What other findings do you see here?
So one finding that was consistent over.
Can't hear it.
Yeah, should we get him a microphone? Sorry, Dr. Black.
The handheld's right there.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Does that work? This study does show imaging that was, or findings that were demonstrated over a decade of imaging, in this case dating back to 2009. One of them was a mild degree of cortical volume loss or loss of brain volume. The other was in this area here, these are the ventricles, and it showed as disproportionate enlargement of the ventricles relative to the amount of tissue loss in the gray matter and overall brain volume. The findings around the ventricles, these white areas, are very typical of what's called microvascular disease, where brain matter around the ventricles is deprived of oxygen over a long period of time, and that results in gliosis or scarring. This pattern is very typical of what we call microvascular ischemic white matter disease, and that was present in 2009.
And did I hear you correctly earlier? Do you have specialized training in those particular findings beyond what a typical radiologist might have?
My fellowship training and experience in neuroradiology and consistently reading brain MRI gives me expertise in looking at these findings, which we often see on a regular basis.
I see. So this is a post-ski collision image, correct?
This particular sequence is from 2019.
Right.
My understanding is the accident occurred in 2016.
Yeah, and I think you said 19, but you pointed to 2017.
I'm sorry, 2017. Yes,
Right.
correct.
Yes, and so you said earlier, I believe, that the same findings you're pointing to, again, not just Dr. Gibby's findings with the green arrows, but the other ones you just talked about, they're in the pre-accident images. Is that right?
Yes, my review of the imaging that was done at the Veterans Administration Hospital in 2009 shows these similar findings, and in the reports that were provided by the neuroradiologists who read the imaging at that time, they described these findings.
Right. Okay. So let's maybe have you sit down again, and I'll pull up those slides that you made. Thank you. Thanks. So this is Defendant's Exhibit 101, A through, I believe it's A through F. And, Your Honor, I move to admit this as a demonstrative exhibit.
No objection. Defense Exhibit 101A through F is received for demonstrative purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Dr. Black, do you recognize this slide?
Yes, this slide is also what's called a flare sequence, a T2 flare sequence, done in what's called an axial plane, which just means the orientation, the way the image was acquired through the brain. This image was acquired in March of 2009 at the Veterans Administration Hospital.
So that's before the accident, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and again, when I say accident, I mean the ski collision in 2016.
Yes.
And it's not terribly easy to see, but I can call it out here. There's a little arrow. Do you recognize that?
I put that arrow there, yes.
Okay, and what does it point to?
That arrow points to white matter disease, similar to what Dr. Gibby had pointed out in the imaging from 2017.
Right. Okay, so in other words, that this is a prior finding that's the same as the post-accident finding Dr. Gibby saw.
Yes, about 8 years earlier.
Okay, got it. And what is this finding associated with?
Again, most commonly we see this with what we term microvascular ischemic white matter disease. There are predisposing risk factors for this, where in some patients it may be accelerated, but it's typically a process that's due to pathology or abnormalities in the very small, some of the smallest blood vessels that supply the brain, particularly around the ventricles.
Then I'll go to the next one, which is 101B, and again call out a section here at the bottom. There's kind of a faint red arrow. Again, did you put that there?
I did.
And why'd you put that there?
Because it again shows the same pattern of white matter disease that was demonstrated on MRI of 2017.
Okay, so again, a finding before the accident that was there also after the accident.
That's correct.
And what's this finding associated with?
The exact same description.
Got it. Okay, then if we move to 101C, there's yet another red arrow. I take it you put that there.
Yes.
And is it again to point out that Dr. Gibby's finding of post-accident problems in that area preceded the accident?
Yes, accounting for technical differences away in the plane of the way this exam was acquired from 2009 to 2017, these findings are identical.
Right, got it. Okay, and they're also associated with the same things you've described already?
Most likely microvascular disease, and that's when he underwent his comprehensive imaging workup at the VA hospital in 2009. It was also attributed to vascular disease at that time.
Okay, so Defense Exhibit 101D is like your same version of that 2017 image that Dr. Gibby looked at.
Correct.
And it has those same spots. I'll just use the laser here. Again, these arrows are kind of faint on my copy. I apologize, but they're pointing to those same points we've just looked at previously. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we go to the next image, this is a new image we haven't looked at, correct?
Correct.
And this one's from 2021, as it's marked. Where was this image taken? Do you recall?
Yes, this image was obtained at Blue Rock Medical or Riverwoods Imaging, which Dr. Gibby owns, and this is the same sequence that we've shown before as far as how it is technically obtained by MRI. Same slice.
Got it. And again, we have some arrows, correct?
Correct.
And those are your arrows?
Yes.
And they're showing, I take it, the same disease process or same findings that you've seen in the 2009 and then 2017 images.
That's correct.
So you're seeing this same condition in the brain for many years, both before the accident and after it.
Over an 11-year period, a similar pattern of white matter disease, yes.
And then if we go to the next image, 101F, we call out that upper left quadrant arrow, and again, I believe you put that there, correct?
Yes.
And kind of for the same reasons, to show these conditions persist from 2009 before the accident to this image in 2021.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And let's see. So let's.
I'm giving the jury 101G. That was referenced, was it not?
That would be the next one,
Okay.
which I haven't referenced. But if there's no objection, that's just the next bit of the slides.
No objection.
Okay.
What is that?
Could we see it though?
Can you move that, Steve?
But just let us see it before you.
Sure.
Yeah, it's in your hard to find here. Okay, thank you.
Is that 101F?
So this is 101F on the screen, and then what Steve has put here is 101G.
Correct.
Right.
Defense Exhibit 101G, is that also for demonstrative purposes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, received for demonstrative purposes?
Okay, so Dr. Black, you've used various medical terminology that we might not all be familiar with, microvascular disease, for example. Can you give us a sense of what, in lay person's terms, what these sorts of findings are correlated with, how they impact a person?
Sure. The microvascular disease itself is a term that's used to describe micro just meaning very small, and then vascular, the blood vessels, that when these blood vessels over time become diseased, which happens in a broad section of the population, in some people it's accelerated due to underlying high blood pressure or perhaps other diseases of the blood vessels, then you start to see scarring initially around the ventricles. These are unlike large strokes that may affect the cortex of the brain. These are smaller areas where the blood vessels are compromised, and it results in scarring of the tissue around the ventricles, and that's why we call it white matter disease. The other imaging in 2009 from the Veterans Administration, the CT angio, specifically looked at the larger blood vessels that supplied Mr. Sanderson's brain, and in those images they found plaque or hardening of the arteries in the carotid bifurcation on his right side, and then also in the larger blood vessels inside of his brain near where his retinal arteries come off, or the cavernous carotid arteries, and those also show plaque or atherosclerosis.
Okay, is it too reductive to say that these findings are an indication of an aging brain?
Well, aging can result in this because we're all deteriorating to some degree or other every day we live.
Right.
But because we have a baseline, you can attribute certain findings. If it's happening at an accelerated level, given someone's age, then it might indicate there's underlying medical problems. The other finding that was present that was consistently present was the enlargement of the ventricles, which on all images seemed to be disproportionate or out of the proportion to the amount of atrophy of the brain. In several reports, there was a suggestion of a diagnosis of normal pressure hydrocephalus, and in fact, if you go to the image, let's see, that maybe the 2021. We don't have it on here. There's an image he showed that shows what's called transependymal edema, and that's fluid that leaks through the side of the ventricle due to pressure buildup in the ventricle, and that's a supporting finding from an imaging perspective of normal pressure hydrocephalus. Obviously, that has to be correlated to someone's clinical presentation and symptoms, and that's where a neurologist would play an important role in that.
I see. And I think the jury has heard about this term multiple times, but let's spend just a moment from your perspective defining what normal pressure hydrocephalus is.
Normal pressure hydrocephalus is basically an imbalance of the way fluid's managed within the ventricular system of the brain, and it can result in confusion or unsteadiness of gait when it's clinically applicable. But from an imaging perspective, that diagnosis is suggested when the ventricles seem to be disproportionately enlarged relative to the brain volume itself.
So from an imaging perspective, there was strong indication that Mr. Sanderson had normal pressure hydrocephalus.
It was suggested in every brain study he's had since 2009.
And is it a progressive condition? In other words, does it get worse with time?
Yes, it can.
And then I'm going to go to another image another report, a document that the jury has already seen. This one we looked at with Dr. Gibby. This is his report from March 3rd, 2021. Do you remember seeing this?
Yes, I reviewed this.
Okay. I believe it's also part of Gibby's packet in Plaintiff's Exhibit 31. What I want to point out, I think I called this out with Dr. Gibby, I want you to comment on it. There's a part of this report that says, I don't see any sign of shearing injury. Do you see that?
I see his report, yes.
And do you agree with that?
I agree with this report, yes.
Okay. And what do you understand Dr. Gibby's opinions to be as shearing injury is concerned?
So this report was performed on March 3rd, 2021, specifically looking for evidence of brain trauma. So that was the clinical history provided to Dr. Gibby, and he was looking in detail for any imaging findings that would support closed head injury.
And would shearing injury be one of those?
Yeah, the things that Dr. Gibby would have been looking for, or that any of us would look for when we're evaluating a study in a patient with brain injury, would be shearing of the white matter tracts. These are very delicate tracts where if there's a rapid deceleration of the brain, those can shear. When they do shear, they deposit little microhemorrhages that leave blood products in the brain, specifically iron that's found in hemoglobin. So in another sequence, Dr. Gibby would have been looking for any evidence of iron deposition, which he mentions here, pathologic iron deposition. And then the other thing you would look for is bruising of the cortex of the brain. The brain does move to some degree with inside the skull because of it's bathed in cerebrospinal fluid. So if there's a rapid deceleration, the brain cortex can hit up against the skull and cause a bruise. In some cases it can result in hemorrhage, but in other cases it can result in focal atrophy at those locations. So in this case, none of the imaging showed a contusion, no shear injury, and no evidence of pathologic hemorrhage in the brain.
What would you expect to see in a person's imaging after some kind of traumatic brain injury?
Well, it depends on the severity, of course.
Right.
In mild trauma, nothing.
Okay. And how would you describe Dr. Gibby's opinions about the evidence of trauma in his Mr. Sanderson's post-collision imaging?
In Dr. Gibby's report, where he specifically was looking for evidence of trauma, he emphatically states there is no evidence of post-traumatic brain injury in his report. Now, it is interesting because it contradicts to some degree his description in his deposition.
And how does it contradict that?
Well, Dr. Gibby mentions that in his deposition that the white matter disease that we've reviewed is very typical of shear injury or pathologic brain injury. But yet in his own report of the imaging which was performed at his center, which is identical to the findings in 2017 where he was offering that opinion in his deposition, he emphatically states that there is no evidence of post-traumatic brain injury.
Objection. The state's prior testimony.
Overruled. The jury will have to recall the testimony.
Dr. Black, do you see on this report any indication that this image was compared to prior images?
No,
Is that common to do when you do a report, you compare it to prior images?
there were 3 imaging studies done after the accident. One was a CT scan done again at the Veterans Administration in 2016, which was compared to 2009. The imaging that was performed in 2017 and 2021 make no reference of comparison dating back to 2009. So I presume those images were not available to them.
Is that a problem? Does that lead to any limitations of a study if you don't look back at the prior studies?
It does limit the way that a neuroradiologist can interpret an image. If you have prior imaging, it helps put things into context and can narrow the differential or the possibilities in terms of a diagnosis. For example, in this case, knowing that the white matter disease pre-existed in 2009 is helpful to exclude that it's a result of shear injury from an accident in 2016. So yes, comparison imaging, when it's available, is of extreme importance.
So are you critical of Dr. Gibby for not doing that comparison?
Not necessarily critical. Those images just may not have been available to him. I think if you offer an opinion as to causality and you do have imaging that's available from the Veterans Administration and someone draws a conclusion without baseline imaging taken into account, that can alter someone's conclusion and lead to an error in how they're discussing why that abnormality exists.
And do you believe that sort of error occurred here with Dr. Gibby's opinion?
I do. I think he was limited by the unavailability or lack of comparison to the imaging that was done in 2009. Yes.
Okay, I want to move to another report. This is for that 2017 image we started with, the one with the green arrows that was taken at Dr. Fong's clinic. It's in Plaintiff's Exhibit 33, page 8. I don't know that we've shown it, so I moved to admit it
Plaintiff's exhibit which?
It's Plaintiff's Exhibit 33, page 8, and I guess 8 and 9. There's 2 pages. Just the report.
Just the imaging or the report, which one?
Which one, the plaintiffs or?
Exhibit 33, Fong's packet, pages
Well, all of
8
ours are
and 9.
admitted, aren't they?
All of us are.
Oh, we did
we're
already admit it. Okay, great. I just know we didn't admit some of it first. Yep.
Is 33 received?
That was
33 was not received?
Seems like no objection. May I publish it to the jury, Your Honor?
No objection.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 33, page 8 is received?
And James, do you want it from start to end, or was there just one?
No, just 2
portion?
pages, page 8 and page 9.
Page 8 and page 9 are received?
Yeah, this is, again, the report connected to the image that we looked at first, taken at Dr. Fong's clinic in 2017. Is that correct, Dr. Black?
That's correct.
And I want to point to, I guess we should first ask the question we were just asking about Dr. Gibby. Do you see any comparison here?
No.
Okay, so the same points you made about the limitations of Dr. Gibby's report, you would say about this report, is that right?
Correct.
And if we call out this bottom part that's called impressions, I'd like for you to comment on whether you agree with these.
I do agree with these impressions.
And will you take us through them in layperson's terminology? Maybe we could start. We've covered some parts of the ventricles. Do you feel like you've explained that?
Well, I think we can. Let me just emphasize one other
Sure.
aspect of,
Go ahead.
of the ventricles. Also, I think it's important to note that the context of this study being acquired was specifically with the intent to look for any evidence of closed head injury or significant brain trauma. And so there are pertinent negatives that are pointed out by the radiologist who interpreted this exam that did not exist, like hemorrhage in the brain or evidence of a contusion. So there are pertinent negatives, even with the strong bias of looking for those because of the history.
So just to make sure I'm understanding you, that when you talk about bias, you're just saying going into this image, they heard a history of traumatic brain injury, concussion, so they're apprised of the possibility of various findings that might be associated with that, and they want to find them. They're looking for them.
Correct. That's correct.
Leading foundation.
Sustained for leading?
So maybe just comment on bias again, because that term is used in various ways. What do you mean when you talk about bias in these?
When I'm referring to bias, I'm talking professionally. When we interpret an exam, the clinical context of that exam or why that exam is being obtained is important to us. If somebody has an infection or if somebody has a brain tumor, then we understand that and we're looking for various findings that would support that. In this case, if somebody has known trauma, then that would alert the radiologist to look for certain findings. So in the case of the MRI performed in 2017 and the one performed in 2021, there would be an alert to look for findings related to trauma. So the negatives, the pertinent negatives in the exam from 2017, just like the one that was performed in 2021, would rule out imaging evidence of significant head trauma.
Yeah. So in other words, they're looking for trauma, but they did not find it. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay. So let's go to these findings again. Here in number 2, there's normal pressure hydrocephalus. We've talked about that, but there are a couple other things: normal aging brain, Alzheimer's dementia, subcortical arteriosclerotic encephalopathy, multi-infarct dementia. Did I read all that correctly?
You did.
And those are some big words. Can you comment on those to help the jury understand what these are doing in this report?
Well, some of these are clinical descriptors, which would require a neurologist to make a correlation by examining that patient, because imaging can show a lot of things that don't necessarily manifest in someone clinically. So it's important to always take it into clinical context. The one description here that actually reflects underlying pathology would be the arteriosclerotic encephalopathy. That's just a big word for diseases of the blood vessels, specifically plaque or hardening of the arteries. The comprehensive workup that was done at the Veterans Administration in 2009 did show evidence of vascular disease at that time in the carotid arteries in the neck and also in the brain. And at that time, the white matter disease, which again was present over a decade later, was attributed to vascular disease.
Did you see any evidence in the imaging that correlates with vision problems?
No. There was mention of it with the functional MRI, but that is beyond my expertise.
Okay, you'd leave that to a neurologist to speak to, or somebody else?
Somebody has who expertise in functional
Yeah,
imaging.
okay. Okay, so you can take this down, I think. Did you note anything in the, well, let me ask first, are you aware that Dr. Gibby actually met with Mr. Sanderson?
I'm aware of that.
And is there anything about that meeting that has any bearing on your opinions today?
The only bearing it would have is that Dr. Gibby makes mention in his report that he had told Mr. Sanderson that it's possible you could go through all of this workup and not find any evidence of post-traumatic brain injury.
And why would that be significant to you?
Simply because obviously the intent of that workup was to specifically look for evidence of brain injury.
I believe the juries heard Dr. Gibby give an opinion that I want to see if you remember and what your comment might be, your response to it might be. If the images prior to the accident are similar to the post-accident imaging, in other words, if the imaging prior showed things that were post-accident, would that mean that you cannot say the prior findings were caused by the accident?
Objection leading Ms. State's prior testimony.
As to leading, sustained?
Okay, so do you recall Dr. Gibby giving an opinion that if the pre-accident findings the post-accident findings are found in the pre-accident imaging, that you could not say that the post-accident imaging was caused by the accident?
Objection leading.
Sustained?
Okay. What do you recall Dr. Gibby saying about the relationship between the pre-accident imaging and the post-accident imaging?
My opinion on that would be based on his deposition. If you'd like, I can read 2 areas of his deposition that I think answer your question.
Sure, go ahead.
So,
Objection hearsay.
Sustained?
Okay, so let's just ask you this question. Do you have any opinions about whether the post-accident imaging findings can be attributed to, from an imaging perspective, the collision, the ski collision?
Objection leading.
Overruled?
we ask that again.
Yes. Do you have any opinions about whether the post-accident imaging findings can be attributed to the collision?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
That those findings predate the accident and date back to at least 2009, as confirmed by a comprehensive imaging workup of Mr. Sanderson's brain performed at the Veterans Administration Hospital.
And so do you believe those post-accident, I apologize that I keep messing this up. Do you believe that those post-accident imaging findings are in any way related to the collision?
No.
And what was the reason for that 2009 workup, to your knowledge?
Unfortunately, Mr. Sanderson had suffered a retinal artery occlusion, a central retinal artery occlusion that resulted in blindness in one eye, and so he was undergoing a workup for risk factors that would relate to that.
Okay. And do you know any of the people that have done any of his imaging?
I'm familiar with them, yes.
Yeah, and so that 2009 workup, or do you know the people that did that workup?
Yes.
And do you trust the findings that they came to?
Yeah, they're very experienced and well-trained, yes.
Okay, great. That's all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Egan. Mr. Buhler?
I'm going to start at the end. You're not an eye doctor, are you?
I'm not.
And you said the imaging from the retinal artery occlusion means blindness in the eye. Does that mean total blindness? Or?
That's beyond my expertise, and I'm not familiar enough with his clinical condition to comment on that.
So your term blindness is probably a little broad.
Broad. I only gained that from the histories that were provided with his imaging studies.
Okay, so he may still have some vision in his eye, even though...
Absolutely.
Okay. So I just wanted to point that out. Let's see. Is it true you were a partner of Dr. Wendell Gibby's?
Yes.
And how long ago was that?
It's been probably over 10 years.
Okay. And so you know his work, correct?
Correct.
And you're not critical of his work in general, are you?
No, not at all.
Okay. You never conducted an exam of the client, Terry Sanderson?
No.
You understand there was a sudden change after the ski crash in Terry Sanderson's condition, brain health.
From my review of the records, that's my understanding.
You understand that through, you read before and after witnesses who confirmed there was a sudden change after the collision, correct?
Do you mind asking that again?
Did you read before and after witness testimony? You
no.
didn't? So you didn't read, isn't before and after witness testimony important to understanding someone's brain injury?
I think it's very important, but it was beyond the scope of what I was to do. I concentrated only on his imaging.
Okay, so you didn't have the before and after information that would improve the diagnosis that you might, or the opinions you might give today in court to this jury.
I understood that with respect to the imaging, we were looking for evidence of brain trauma as would manifest on imaging, and so that's where I concentrated my focus.
Well, you said that MTBI may not be shown on an MRI, true?
A mild brain injury?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. So Dr. Sanderson could have a brain injury, mild traumatic brain injury, and it not be shown up on imaging, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now the 2009 imaging, it was asymptomatic, true?
Again, I don't understand. I'm not the clinician who examined him at that time, and I can only look at his imaging in the context of the information, so I don't feel qualified to answer your question.
Thank you. So from the imaging from 2009, 2017, 2021, there's no change, right?
Very little change.
Okay. Dr. Black, no one's given a diagnosis that Terry Sanderson has clinical NPH, or normal pressure hydrocephalus, true?
I don't know that for sure.
Okay. So the NPH was not clinically diagnosed by his VA doctors, as far as you know, correct?
As far as I know, it was only suggested, well, it was suggested in most of his imaging studies, but I don't know what clinical correlation was made.
Okay, and so clinical correlation means that there was some specialist at the VA or elsewhere that understood his NPH was showing symptoms, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you don't need pathological evidence of to have a MTBI, correct?
When you say pathological, are you saying imaging evidence?
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay. So, Dr. Black, imaging can show a lot that that hasn't really manifested or shown up, correct?
Will you state that one more time?
Okay, imaging can show a lot of things that hasn't shown up in a clinical setting. No,
Yes, correct.
so Terry could have these problems that show up on imaging, but there's no symptoms that would affect him from or stop him from skiing, for instance.
It's possible, yes.
Okay. And in general, you would prefer to have an actual exam of the patient to render your opinions true?
I think that imaging correlated with a clinical exam is the correct way to assess a patient's condition.
So you would prefer to have an exam, correct?
Yes. Well, prefer, I think they correlate.
Okay.
The information's valuable in both circumstances, but optimally in decision making, you want both types of information.
And so your opinions are not as strong as they would be without this exam, right?
Without a clinical exam,
Yeah.
my opinions are certainly limited to his imaging.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you, Mr. Buhler. Mr. Egan?
Dr. Black, you were asked about before and after witnesses, the family members, people close to Mr. Sanderson before and after the accident.
I'm not sure I understood that question, but
Okay, well, my question is just whether opinions from such witnesses would affect your read of the objective findings in the images.
no, they would not.
And what about if you actually met with Mr. Sanderson, would that change the objective findings in the images?
No, because I would defer to a neurologist or a neuropsychologist, someone who with that kind of expertise to evaluate Mr. Sanderson. My area of expertise is in brain imaging.
Do you typically evaluate patients when you read their imaging?
With regard to brain imaging, no.
And then after, let's see, I guess we did show one of these boards, but you didn't get to see it. I want to make sure you see it so that the jury knows that you've seen
Okay.
it. And I'll show you. This is 101G, and these are the same. Are these the same images we were looking at on the screen?
Yes.
And they show that before there was a finding that was also after the collision. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so I think the jury's already seen this. And then we also have two more boards which we didn't show. Your Honor, I move to admit 101H and 101I for demonstrative purposes.
No objection.
Defense Exhibit 101H and 101I, or is this plaintiff's exhibits?
These are ours, yes.
Your defense exhibits are received for demonstrative purposes?
So I'll show you first, Dr. Black. Is this the same idea as the board we just saw?
Yes.
Okay, just with different findings.
Yes.
Okay, and then that was 101H. And this is,
Objection beyond the scope.
Overruled?
and then this is 101I. And it's the
Yes.
same idea.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll just show the jury 101H, 101I. And then my last question for you, Dr. Black, is whether after questioning from Mr. Buhler, you have your opinions about these objective findings you've been discussing on the imaging changed?
They have not.
Okay, thank you.
So earlier you said you preferred to have objective findings from a neurologist or neuropsychologist, correct?
For clinical correlation, absolutely.
Yeah, for clinical correlation. Would you defer to someone like Dr. Goldstein?
I mean, I don't know him, so that name doesn't mean anything to me.
He's a neuropsychologist who testified in this trial. You didn't know that?
No.
So Dr. Goldstein provided clinical correlation, and that would help your opinions if you had that, true?
Sure. I mean, if somebody has expertise clinically that I don't have, but it doesn't change how I interpret the images or my view of these findings.
So your opinions are limited to your review of the images and not the clinical findings, true?
Correct.
Thank you.
You bet.
Mr. Egan,
That's all, Your Honor.
you may be excused. Thank you.
You can call our next witness, or take a brief break.
Is this witness going to take a bit?
Robert Hoesch.
Hesh.
Hoesch, sorry. And I would think, I could be on and off in a half hour, I think.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and take a break because there will be cross-examination, I'm sure. We'll take a recess now. Mr. Owens, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Call Robert Hoesch to the stand.
Thank you. Dr. Hoesch, if you could come right up here to the clerk and be sworn in.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Good morning. If you could start by stating your full name and spell it out for us.
My name is Robert Hoesch, Roberthoesch.
Doctor, nice to see you. What city do you live in?
Salt Lake.
I'm going to take this off. I do have a cold, but
What's your current position?
I'm currently the Chief Medical Officer for Intermountain Healthcare in Utah and Idaho.
Does that mean you're the top MD for all of Intermountain Healthcare?
In Utah and Idaho.
Okay. You're pretty young, aren't you? How old are you?
48.
When I hired you on this case, you didn't have such a prestigious title, did you?
No, I did not.
What were you?
I was a neurologist at Intermountain Medical Center and the leader of our neurosciences program at Intermountain.
Good for you. To be clear, you are not here on behalf of Intermountain Healthcare, is that right?
Correct. My opinions are my own.
Thank you. All right. Just undergrad, where was that briefly?
Undergrad, University of Maryland, College Park.
In what subject?
Cell and molecular biology and genetics.
What a nerd.
I am a neurologist.
Kidding. Poli-sci is the nerd thing. All right, good for you. And then your MD degree was where?
University of Maryland in Baltimore.
And what did you choose to specialize in?
Neurology.
Okay, and how many years? So 4 years undergrad, 4 years med school, then how many more years?
Well, then I did a PhD for 4 years as well in that time, and then went across town to Hopkins for my neurology residency. So that was another 4 years.
What a nerd. All right, 4 years in postdoctorate. What's that in?
Neurology.
Okay.
And then 2 more years as a fellowship in neurocritical care.
But did you say there were years after undergrad before med school?
No, it was during med school. I did my PhD.
Okay. Not all MDs do PhDs too?
Correct.
Okay. That's a lot of training. Fellowship was in what specifically?
Neurocritical care.
All right. So critical care. This is like when people hit their head and they're in big trouble.
That's correct.
Or they get a stroke, they're in big trouble.
That's right.
They call you in, and sometimes you think you're gonna go swimming for fun, and you just get called in for like 14 hours straight.
That's right.
To work on one patient.
Right.
All right, married, kids?
Yes.
Have you reviewed some materials in this case?
I have.
All right, so the jury just heard from a neuroradiologist, and you are a neurologist. Okay. Distinguish the two again really quick.
So a neuroradiologist reads images, MRIs, CTs, X-rays, all kinds of images of the brain and the spinal cord.
Okay. And you, neurologists, do what?
We diagnose and treat conditions of the nervous system, so brain, spinal cord, peripheral nerves.
And then this afternoon we're going to hear from a neuropsychologist. What's that?
A neuropsychologist diagnoses and treats disorders of consciousness and awareness and language that are related to neurological conditions.
And do the three of you work together on hard cases?
Yes.
And do you rely, for instance, upon a neuroradiologist and a neuropsychologist all the time?
Yes.
Okay. You know, I was kidding when I said nerd. Really, I'm praising you in a backward way. I apologize if that sounded passive aggressive.
We call ourselves nerds. That's okay.
All right. You were here for Dr. Black's testimony on the neuroradiology. Is that true?
Yes.
And one of his opinions was that Mr. Sanderson's brain problems that he complains of as a result of the collision were actually all pre-existing. Did you hear Dr. Black say that?
Yes, I did.
And do you agree with that opinion?
Yes, I do.
Let's talk about what you've reviewed. So I think yesterday you told me you had received some 3,000 pages of junk. Just kidding. Materials, right?
Correct.
And a big chunk of those were medical records and a big chunk of those were depositions.
Correct.
And then you also received a lot of images before and after.
That's correct.
And did you review all of that?
Yes, over several years.
Do you believe you have foundation to render the opinions you're about to render in this case?
Yes, I do.
In addition to what you've reviewed, your background, education, training, and experience, do you believe that all comes to bear in rendering the opinions you're about to give?
Yes.
So, Your Honor, I think this will be most efficient. He's prepared a written report that has some headings, and I would like to just go to the and have James bring up just the headings.
Well, it hasn't been admitted into evidence. I think he can just read them. I don't think he has to show the jury anything.
Are we talking about a demonstrative exhibit to illustrate this witness's testimony?
No.
No, we're talking about just the headings of his report.
All right.
Reports are not admissible.
Not admitting them.
Agreed, but I think it might be efficient to do it that way. It's no different than the witness walking up to a chalkboard and writing the words out on a board. So I'm fine with it. If you just show the headings.
Thank you. So, did you prepare a written report, by the way?
Yes, and I have it with me.
And it's broken down into some headings?
Yes.
And I thought this would be helpful. Can you read heading number 1?
The persisting neurological symptoms Mr. Sanderson reports since the February 2016 ski accident are likely attributable to pre-existing health conditions.
Okay. Is that indeed your opinion?
Yes.
And on what is it based?
So based on my review of the records, his mental health professionals that evaluated him before and after, if you look at the trajectory of those evaluations, it looks essentially the same before and after. Also based on review of the imaging, and afterwards the neuropsychology testing that was normal or above normal compared to population.
Okay, let's hit all of them, and then we'll go back if needed. Are you able to bring up 2?
Yeah, just a second.
Well, he brings up number 2. Comment upon the patient's pre-existing injuries. Which ones did you find particularly important?
The pre-existing condition of depression and anxiety is the most salient.
Okay.
Pre-existing condition.
And how is it that his pre-existing depression and anxiety is related to his complaints of post-collision symptoms?
So the depression and anxiety can cause all of the symptoms that he is complaining of post-collision. And if you look at the records and you were able to remove the collision, just so just make it evaporate, the history reads coherently. This is a man in his 70s with depression and anxiety, and it's gotten bad enough to the point that it's impairing memory and concentration and other activities that he was used to doing.
So is another way of saying that if we removed the collision, he never had a collision that day, it still makes sense, his trajectory?
Right. If you read the medical records from before the injury through now, and you remove the injury, it doesn't change the trajectory of his complaints.
So
his
for
evaluation
instance,
by his health professionals.
For instance, if we look at his medical record, let's say just 2 weeks before, 3 weeks before, did you know he went to the VA doctor that day?
Yep.
With complaints of, I'm feeling really old, I can't do what I used to be able to do. That was pre-injury, correct?
Correct.
And then you compare it to his records even soon after the collision. You're saying it doesn't really show anything happened, correct?
Hasn't changed his course.
Okay. And whenever you're ready, James, can you read your opinion number 2?
The only neurological problems Mr.
Your
Sanderson...
Honor, I object to reading a report to the jury. You can tell it, no problem with that, but you shouldn't be reading it.
We already dealt with this.
Yeah, overruled, I think I ruled on it.
Go ahead.
The only neurological problems Mr. Sanderson has had may be partly The only neurological problems Mr. Sanderson has had that may be partly attributable to the ski accident are those associated with the mild concussion he experienced during the accident.
Okay. Can you fill in the meat on those bones? Help us understand that a little.
Yes, so my opinion is if he had a concussion, it was very mild. More likely than not, I would say 95% or more that he would have made a full recovery from that concussion within a few weeks. Not more than 99% within a few months, based on the severity of the concussion. So,
I think he's saying, I'm in that like 1%. I'm not in the 95 and the 99%. How do you respond to that?
So I would say if, as a neurologist, I have patients that come in, they complain of cognitive symptoms, memory loss, attention problems, difficulty doing things that they used to do, and they can have depression and anxiety. They may have early signs of dementia. Those things are far more common for someone in Mr. Sanderson's category. Man in their 70s, they don't feel the way that they used to feel like they're getting old, like he said before the accident, or after the accident, concerned that they may be getting Alzheimer's disease. So I think those things are far more likely than a very minor concussion causing symptoms 7 years later.
Do you see hundreds of those patients a year who've never had a ski collision?
Correct.
Okay, any other comment on your opinion number 2 that you would like to make?
No, I think that concludes it.
Thank you. James is going to bring up number 3. And do you have it there?
I do. Should I just read it?
Start reading it. There you go.
The neurological problems associated with the mild concussion Mr. Sanderson may have experienced resolved within months. They were not permanent, as plaintiff's experts claim.
Okay, mild concussion. You weren't here, but did you hear Dr. Edgley testify or read his deposition?
I've read the deposition.
All right. So did he talk about, hey, a couple things we look at is length of...
Objection. This states facts. There's no deposition.
Sustained?
Okay. Comment. I did misspeak. I forgot you didn't take his deposition. Is there some importance in determining the severity of concussion in terms of how long they're unconscious? Is that a factor?
Yeah. Length of amnesia, length of loss of consciousness, or length of confusion.
All right. I think those were the same three he said. All right. What do you know about length of unconsciousness?
From my assessment, looking through the records, I don't think that there was loss of consciousness.
Okay. Even if there was some loss of consciousness, it would have been brief. Is that fair?
Seconds, yeah.
And let's see, in terms of, I think, to be fair, I think Mr. Ramon said he was spread eagle, head down, out cold, over 2 minutes. I just want to put that in the record. Not substantiated by any other witness, but did you at least observe that?
Yeah, you know.
Well, Your Honor, I object. He's not competent to assess someone's credibility, and he wasn't there.
That's what I'm going to.
Testify about that.
Why don't you clarify your question?
Yeah. What do you know about that? Isn't that someone saying longer period of unconsciousness?
Your Honor, he can't comment on.
I'm actually trying to help the plaintiff. Go ahead.
He's not asking you to comment on whether you believe the witness. He's asking if you remember reading that.
I do.
Okay. Is the significant time to be unconscious, is that 5 minutes or over?
Yes.
All right. And then comment, you said period of amnesia. What do you understand on that? Length of amnesia. What do you understand?
The period of time that the person that has the injury is not able to remember either before or after the event.
All right. And are you acknowledging that Mr. Sanderson had a mild concussion?
More likely than not, he did. He had headache in one of the, I think it was the Instacare report, and so that would be consistent with a mild concussion.
And it resolved within months. What do you base that on?
I believe there was a report where he said it's getting better.
Okay, and they are not permanent, as plaintiffs claim. Please comment.
Correct. So the head injury was very mild. I mean, it fell in the most mild category of concussion, so kind of a grade 1. And the rest of the symptoms that he has, what could be caused by other conditions, which I would say are more common.
And do you believe that more likely than not, that is why he continues to have some symptoms?
Yes.
In other words, not because of the ski collision, but just because of his aging, progressive brain.
Correct.
Let's read your fourth opinion. There are a total of 6, by the way. And the latter 2 we might just touch on briefly.
So the fourth opinion is that Mr. Sanderson does not currently need ongoing neurological treatment.
That's related to the ski collision?
That's related to the ski collision. So I have to modify that slightly because this report was written before the assessment by Dr. Goldstein was available to me.
Right. Goldstein, I think, recommended some care with regard to dementia.
Correct.
Did you hear that personally?
I didn't hear it personally, but I read it in his actual report from when he evaluated Mr. Sanderson.
Do you believe Mr. Sanderson to have sort of dementia symptoms?
Yes.
Your Honor, he's never evaluated him. Can't possibly comment on that without a clinical evaluation.
That's a speaking objection.
No foundation.
Is it in the report?
Do you have symptoms? So he's commenting on his further needs, and he's commenting on Sam Goldstein.
There's nothing in the
Why don't you
report-
ask a question, and
Nothing in the
then we'll
report about it,
see.
Judge.
Go ahead and ask your next question.
Okay, so you said Mr. Sanderson does not currently need ongoing neurologic treatment, true?
Correct. That's what the report says.
Okay. Since you wrote this, did you then read Sam Goldstein's updated opinion?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. You can't offer new opinions.
Sustained.
Thank you.
Is there a drug that treats dementia?
Yes.
What is that called?
It's called
Your
Aricept.
Honor, I object. There's no opinion on dementia.
Sustained?
Thank you.
Why is it your opinion that Mr. Sanderson does not currently need ongoing neurologic treatment related to the ski injury is the addition you made?
The ski injury caused a mild concussion, more likely than not, that was self-limited. And his ongoing symptoms are more likely due to ongoing pre-existing conditions and possibly new conditions.
Let's bring up, if we can, D106.
Has it been received?
I don't think so.
No, it has not.
D106.
Any objection?
Can I see it? Oh. This is for demonstrative purposes only?
Sure.
Okay. That means we can also write on it, can we not?
Why don't we address that if we need to later?
Thank you. There's a
So-
lot missing.
Defendant's Exhibit 106 is received for demonstrative purposes.
And do you have it in front of you? May I approach it, Mike? I want to make sure you can see it. And James, if you can bring it up, that would be good. Oh, I think you might see it right on your monitor.
Okay.
D106, James. All right.
I got it.
You see it?
Yep.
I won't get you a hard copy then. Have you had a chance to read this document?
Yes.
And do you agree with it?
Yes, I do.
It's entitled Mr. Sanderson's Brain Imaging Both Before and After Ski Collision. Did it show atrophy, loss of brain cells, sign of aging brain before and after?
Yes.
Did his images? I actually have a roaming microphone, but maybe it needs to be higher up. Volume loss, diminishing brain size, sign of aging brain. Did he have this before and after?
Your Honor, I object to this testimony. This witness is a neurologist, not a neuroradiologist. I don't think he's competent to comment on radiology readings.
I could establish foundation if you want.
Go ahead.
Do you look at images all the time, all day?
All day, every day.
So the neuroradiologist reads them, but do you just rely on their written report, or do you personally read them too?
I look at the films, then I confirm with their report, and then I bring it together with what we see clinically.
So I think the objection is somehow that you're not competent to talk about the imaging before versus after. Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree.
And how so?
So I've looked at the images. These are pretty standard MRI images that we see every day, and A major part of my practice as an outpatient neurologist was evaluating patients for dementia and specifically NPH. Saw hundreds of patients with the question of whether they had NPH.
Which is that hydrocephalus?
It's the hydrocephalus at the bottom.
All right. So is it true that neuroradiologists essentially serve you? They don't personally talk to patients. You order the neuroradiologist to do a study, then it comes back to you, and you are the one who's face-to-face with the patient.
Correct.
Leading.
I translate the...
Just a second, sir, I'm sorry. Sustained as to leading?
Okay. Have I established sufficient foundation?
This does have the scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge that'll help the jury, so you may proceed.
Okay, we talked about atrophy and volume loss. Enlarged ventricles. A ventricle is what in the brain? Is that like at Halloween when we see a mold of a brain? It's the little gooey stuff going out? You tell me.
No.
Okay.
It's
totally wrong.
Inside the brain there's fluid-filled sacs that contain spinal fluid. So
Okay.
it's the black thing in the middle on the MRI that Dr. Black went through.
All right. And is that like the main blood feeding the brain? What are they?
No,
What purpose do the ventricles serve?
they buoy the brain, so it prevents the brain from having as much shock when we just move around in everyday life.
All right. Chronic microvascular disease, is that something he had before and after?
Yes, that was described by Dr. Black.
Is that associated with cognitive decline?
It can be.
And why does he have that? Is that from this stroke event years earlier, or just bad luck, or eating too many donuts, or what?
I think it's a combination of his high blood pressure and high cholesterol with a little bit of genetics that makes our blood vessels harder than average.
White matter disease, we've talked about that a little bit. It says they're damage to nerve fibers associated with memory, balance, and mobility issues. Did he have that before and after?
Yes.
And is that progressive in nature?
It didn't look that like unbelievably progressive. It looked stable over time.
And why did he have that? Was that associated with the stroke event?
No, I think it's probably associated with the chronic microvascular disease. The stroke event was in his eye.
Okay. No evidence of trauma before or after. Is that true?
That's correct.
Concern for disease due to excess fluid buildup. That's the NPH. Was that a concern before and a concern after?
Yes.
Does he in fact have that condition?
So that would be a condition that I would need further clinical evaluation to determine, but his MRI would be consistent with that condition.
You mentioned earlier that his conditions are not permanent, as plaintiff's experts claim. And I just want to comment, do you believe Dr. Fong to have used unreliable science to make some of her opinions?
Objection, leading.
Sustained as to relevance.
Irrelevant.
Nope.
So if I sustain an objection, just hold off. Sorry. Thanks.
They're about to get up and criticize you for not seeing this patient. Why didn't you? Why wouldn't you? Why would it be necessary if you needed to?
Yeah, well, I would always be willing, and actually didn't know that was an option. But in this case, and with many patients in my practice, we review tons of records before we see them. And actually, Mr. Sanderson probably had 10 times the amount of records that I have before I see my patients in clinic. You said 3,000 pages and lots of imaging. So I can know with 90% certainty going in based on the before and after imaging, the neuropsych testing over a period of years, his reports over time. I can know with 90% accuracy what's going on. So if I went in there, I'd be trying to figure out, does he have NPH or not, and what can I do to help him with his depression, anxiety, and other memory problems.
Would you be treating him or evaluating the ski injury?
No, I'd be providing counseling that the ski injury was not part of it.
Now, you refer people all the time to neuropsychologists, is that true?
Yes.
And we're about to hear from two. But you did have the benefit of multiple neuropsychologist exams at the VA, is that true?
Correct.
And do you know them to be good neuropsychologists?
I don't know them.
Okay. Do you know them to be not hired by either side, his normal treating providers?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And these were voluminous evaluations, were they not?
Yes.
And what did they conclude?
They were essentially normal, and they showed that he was performing above average.
Now, is that above average for everyone on the street, or for 75-year-old men with college educations, or what?
For a 75-year-old man with college educations and
okay,
with a high baseline.
So, in some places, even like near superior
Correct.
levels.
Yes.
So, I'm going to grab one thing. I think the jury's seen various neuropsych overviews, but do you agree he was tested in tens and tens and tens of categories?
Yes.
Did you see any of them below average?
No.
Did you see many above average?
Yes.
IQ, for instance, was 114, is that right?
That's my recollection.
And for like a 75-year-old man with a college education, is that good?
Yeah, it's above average.
Okay, what's average again?
100.
Okay. Now I think they're going to say, hey, the family members are saying, we're noticing he's angrier than he used to be, or that he can't drive and read at the same time. There's things he can't multitask with. Can you comment on that?
So, in people like Mr. Sanderson who are high functioning at baseline, above average IQ, superior in some categories like you described, a drop in functioning might still look like he's really high functioning compared to the average population. And the family will pick up on some of these changes, right? They see what they see. That concludes that.
Okay. So if you did meet with Mr. Sanderson and he kept obsessively bringing up, I think the ski collision caused this, what would you say?
I would say that it's my job as a neurologist to help him accept that that's not part of what he's experiencing now. Way more likely than not, he has a history of depression and anxiety. We know he continues to be anxious, so that needs treatment. And I would, evaluate for dementia, like we said, as would be indicated by his imaging.
Okay.
And so my job is to help the patient and family gain acceptance that this mild event 7 years ago isn't causing all these problems that he's having now.
Or any of them.
Right.
Didn't you tell me the cure for Mr. Sanderson is the end of this lawsuit?
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor. No foundation, relevance, improper questioning.
Overruled.
Go ahead. Is that your opinion?
Yeah, I felt anxious
Your Honor,
coming here.
I also object to that. It's not in his report. Nowhere to be found.
Overruled.
Go ahead, just explain that, and then I'm sitting down.
I mean, the suing somebody, going through a trial that has, national recognition can bring on a lot of anxiety. And if you're prone to that, it's gonna make it worse, and it's gonna slow your recovery.
His daughter said this notoriety makes him feel powerful. Did you read that in Jenny's deposition?
I did.
Objection, Your Honor. Jenny's deposition is not in evidence.
Sustained. Is it coming into evidence, counsel?
If we have time, we're going to read it in.
Well,
It's
you
been
can't-
referenced multiple
Ain't
times.
here yet.
if you're planning to ask this witness about evidence that's not part of the case or won't be part of the case, then it's an improper question.
Okay, if he's read it as part of his opinions, experts can rely upon hearsay.
They can.
Yeah, but it's not referenced in his report, Your Honor.
Well, if it's not in his report, then sustained.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'll let you go. Thank you.
Mr. Sykes.
Steve, you want this one? Or is this? Doctor, do you commonly render opinions on your patients without a clinical exam?
No.
And the last 100 patients that you've seen or that are referred to you, how many have you rendered opinions on for other doctors without an examination, a clinical exam?
So I mean, we do have conversations with other doctors where they say, hey, what do you think about this case? And I may render an opinion without seeing the patient. But if it's my own patient, then it's part of my standard evaluation to see them.
If it's your own patient, your last 1,000 patients that were your own patients, you would never render opinions about them without a clinical exam. Is that a fair statement?
No,
Never.
I would form an opinion, but I wouldn't create a treatment plan and execute on it without seeing them.
So, a clinical exam, would you agree, for this jury, is an important factor for a physician?
Correct.
Yeah. All right. Did you read the opinion of Dr. Edgley, testified yesterday?
No, I did not.
Okay. If he called a clinical exam the gold standard for a physician, would you agree or disagree with that?
Overruled as to relevance, the jury will recall the testimony of Dr. Edgley.
Well, in all honesty, he didn't say it in his testimony, he said it in his report. I'm asking if he said it in his report, would that make a difference?
Your
Trying to be
Honor,
honest
that's
here.
referencing testimony that's not, there are no facts and evidence.
I withdraw the question.
Thank you.
But would you agree, excuse me, that a clinical examination is the gold standard for a physician who's treating somebody?
I'm not sure what a gold standard means.
Pretty
But
important.
It's a big part of my evaluation.
Excuse me. Secondly, I looked through your opinion pretty carefully. It was about 4 or 5 pages. I noted, let me see if I got it here handy. Yeah. Well, I'll just ask you if you remember this. It's on my computer. But you had a list of things that you reviewed, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell this jury a summary of what Carlene Davidson said in her deposition about Terry before and after the ski crash?
I can't from memory.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what Ollie Gresham the daughter, said about Terry before and after the ski crash?
Yes, I did read Miss Gresham's deposition this weekend, or her statement.
But you didn't read Carly Davidson?
I think I did, but I can't remember all the names. If you want to show it to me, I can comment on it.
Tell the jury, if you can, what important information about Terry before and after the ski crash Polly Gresham said.
So she feels that he, is not as engaged and able to do things in the way that he used to. I think that's probably the summary.
That's a pretty mild statement of it, isn't it? Didn't in fact she say, Polly Gresham, daughter, excuse me, that there was a marked and sudden difference in her father in a wide variety of areas: personality, executive functioning, social problems, after the ski crash, almost immediately. Didn't she say that?
I'm not sure she said executive functioning, but the rest of it sounds familiar.
Did you read Shay Harris' deposition?
Remind me of the relationship?
Daughter.
No, I did not.
Okay? Those three are listed, and did you read or not read Carleen Davidson?
I read it, but I can't remember what it says.
You read it, but you can't remember it. Tell the jury if Shay Harris is listed there as one you had. S-H-A-E.
I don't see it.
One second, brother.
Publishing our report, Your Honor.
Let me show you what you wrote.
Can we move to admit our report?
Just for illustrative purposes, I want to show what he wrote.
I guess I don't, you may be opening the door to the report.
You want to do that? Okay? Take a look at it. Items 4, L, M, and N.
Correct. I don't see Shay Harris, like you said. I think that was the question.
Okay. You know what? You're right. I don't see her there. I do see Carleen and Polly. So, the defense did not give you Shay Harris, right?
Correct.
Hypothetically, if Shay said there was a very, very sudden change in my dad before and after for what we call neuropsychological symptoms, would that make a difference in your opinion?
It might have made a difference at the time,
Okay.
but at this point in time, it would not.
Carleen Davidson testified. She was a second witness in the trial last week. Does this ring a bell that she was living with Terry for about a year and a half before the ski accident? Does that ring a bell?
That does.
And she was up here about 300 days a year in Salt Lake.
From St. George, right? That was, yeah.
And they also spent time in St. George together.
Yep.
And they went on international trips together.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yes.
Do you think that she would get to know him pretty well during that time?
Yes.
She testified that there was a rapid and severe change in Terry after the ski crash. that lasted, and she stayed with him for 6 months, and then they parted ways. She said she was heartbroken. She was hoping for a marriage out of this.
Your Honor, this compound.
Sustained?
Okay? She was hoping for a marriage out of this. Do you remember that in her deposition?
Yes.
Yeah. But he changed fundamentally after the ski crash. Now, does that make a difference in your opinions at all?
I mean, it would be part of the whole compendium of what I would put together. Yes.
I didn't read anything about that. I read your report. It's about 4 pages. Aside from their depositions that you referenced, you don't say anything at all in your report about the rapid and fundamental changes that occurred to Terry after the ski crash, do you? Don't even mention them. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with the term executive functioning?
Yes.
Is that something that neurologists use, a term that neurologists use?
Sometimes, yes.
Yeah. Because you realize, of course, as a neurologist, that you can have massive changes in a person with a mild TBI that don't show up on imaging, right?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
possible.
Yeah, you mentioned that earlier in your testimony.
Yeah.
And a category of those changes is called executive functioning, right?
That is one manifestation, potentially, yes.
It's one category.
Yeah.
And I didn't see the word executive functioning even addressed in your report. Not even a mention, correct?
Sorry, is that a question? Or
Yeah, correct.
what's the question?
With a inflection for a question, yes.
Is it in my report?
Yeah.
No, it's not in the report.
Okay. Hey, Pete, would you turn this on for me? Thanks. Now, while he's doing that, could you define for the jury executive functioning
It's
in a medical sense?
the ability to do things, to start actions and carry through with them.
To start actions and to what? I'm sorry.
Carry the actions through.
True, yeah. That's self-regulated, self-directed action, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that people use that to manage their affairs effectively.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
Have you heard of Sam Goldstein?
I mean, I know of his report as I testified earlier, and I read some of his deposition. Actually saw his testimony.
He testified here. And by the way, were you aware that he is a world-renowned neuropsychologist from Salt Lake City?
Yes.
Yeah. And he developed an executive function test.
Correct.
Can you see it on your screen there?
I do.
Yeah. And here's what he recorded with a high confidence level. That this man, Terry Sanderson, who was a former captain in the United States Army, ran eye clinics for the Army, has an advanced degree in optometry, which I think is a 4-year degree, if I'm not mistaken, and ran 2 clinics in southern Idaho. Okay? Would that indicate to you a man of superior intelligence and executive function?
Yes.
Yeah. Let's see what he did here. Okay? On attention, he was in the 25th percentile. Does that strike you as strange, or just average, by the way? 25th percentile. In other words, out of 100 people, he's 25 lowest, right?
That's correct.
That's what that means. Yeah.
Yep.
That for a man of his attainment, he's only the 25th percentile on attention? World-renowned neuropsychologist recorded this. Does that strike you as odd?
strikes me as him having issues like we talked about.
Let's go to
medical condition.
I'm sorry. I'll skip emotional just to see.
I was saying, I think, these are data and they're good data, and it reinforces my stance that Mr. Sanderson needs help. He's got depression and anxiety, and I think this could be consistent with dementia as well.
Okay. By the way, let me show you our exhibits. Your Honor, did we get the court one of these?
No.
Is that this?
Yes. It's just an exhibit notebook here. May I approach?
Yes. Do you have the number of that?
Yeah, it was 43.
Sir, could I just ask what date this is?
Okay.
So,
Was this 2021?
Lack of foundation to the witness, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Okay. I lay before you defense exhibits and plaintiff's exhibits. Can you show us where there's a diagnosis of dementia? This is going back to 2009 and up through, I think, 2021.
What hasn't been made yet?
Hasn't been made. Okay. So,
Because we're
you would agree, for the jury's help here, despite the fact that we're in a very important worldwide case, okay, like you mentioned, kind of paraphrasing your words, there's no diagnosis of dementia.
hasn't been made yet. Yeah, because we're talking about a minor brain injury that happened in 2016,
Okay.
and not allowing him to move on to have a true diagnosis.
Let's talk about flexibility. Exhibit 43. Low average, 23rd percentile for flexibility of a man who ran 2 clinics in southern Idaho. Does that sound really low?
Sounds low. Yeah.
By the way, you asked me the date. I think this was done in 2020.
Okay.
You could check that, please. I think it's 2020. Okay. It's just a couple. Organization. Now, the ability to organize things is a very important part of executive function, isn't it?
Correct.
Very important part. 3rd percentile. 3rd percentile. Now, I'm just a simple country lawyer. If that were me, I'd understand it. But I didn't run 2 clinics. Okay?
Yeah.
3rd percentile. Does that strike you as indicative of something wrong here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Planning. And by the way, below average. Below average. Excuse me. Planning, 4th percentile. Below average. Does that strike you as very low for a man of his attainment?
Very low.
Self-monitoring, 10%. That strike you as very low for a man of his attainment?
It does.
What about working memory? For a man who did everything he did, working memory of 5 percentile.
It's low.
All right, now.
Can I make one more comment on that, by the way?
Well-
Or do you want to move on?
Oh, let's just move on.
It's related to Goldstein's report.
What's that?
My impression from Goldstein's report is that that's why he was recommending the cholinesterase inhibitor, is based on these kinds of findings.
Well,
Which is a treatment for dementia.
if you don't remember specific things about his executive functioning from his family, do you?
No, I don't.
Yeah. Or from Carlene. But Carlene told this jury just a week ago that there was a major change in these things overnight, and she couldn't live with it. All right, now, excuse my cough here. I don't get a cold very often, but this is a killer. Did you see anywhere in these records? Okay, now, let me just preface this. Terry Sanderson has been a patient of Veterans Administration. He was a veteran.
Yep.
I think, since the early part of the century, early 2000s, when he moved down here from Idaho.
Right.
And he's got a lot of records there. And there are a lot of records that you read after February 26th of 2016, correct?
Right.
Yeah. Now, in those records, do you see anywhere, accused of faking, malingering, or magnifying symptoms for money?
No, sir.
Nothing there, is
No.
Okay. Nowhere where he says, I'm in it for the money.
No.
And did you read the reports of Goldstein, Fong, and Gibby?
I did. Yeah.
They're all treating physicians for him.
Correct.
You aware of that? Treating.
Yes.
Okay. They're all pretty competent, aren't they?
Yes.
Dr. Fong said she's treated thousands of patients with mild TBI. You aware of that?
I wasn't aware of the number, but I know that she treats.
She
mild
missed
TBI.
trial here because she's lecturing over in Holland on what she does. She's lecturing in the Netherlands. You aware of that?
No, I'm not.
I think she was going to Spain after that. Anyway, and she said, and by the way, are you aware that these kind of doctors, at least the neuropsychologists, they give tests that have cleverly embedded tests for malingering? You aware of that?
I am. Yeah.
And neither the VA or these three doctors found any suggestion of faking or malingering or magnification. Or you aware of that?
Correct. I
Or
agree.
any suggestion that he's doing this for money.
Right. I didn't.
It's an insulting comment. But there's no suggestion of that, is there?
I didn't see any evidence.
Do you think
of
he's
that.
doing it for money?
I don't know. I have no opinion on that.
Thank you. Now, with respect to you had a thing up there about his scans, CT and MRI. Remember that chart?
Correct.
And you saw Dr. Black,
Yes, I did.
his testimony a few minutes ago?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you remember him saying that from 2009 through 2021, there's no indication of a change on these scans?
Correct.
Yeah. So there's no deterioration. That's the big point. He hasn't deteriorated on the scans, has he?
Correct. That was Dr. Black's testimony.
And you agree that he had a mild concussion?
Correct. More likely than not.
More likely not. Okay, that's good enough. And you also agree that he's got, and I think in your report, you said, Mr. Owens said 1%, but you said 5% of people with this condition, mild traumatic brain injury, do not recover completely.
Correct.
Okay, now, do you think that an executive functioning outcome like that is more toward the 5%? What do you think?
I don't.
You don't?
No.
Okay. Is the fact that the people that love him, that know him the best, say there was a significant and sudden dramatic change in him after this ski crash, do you think that moves him more toward the 5%?
I don't.
You don't? Okay. Do you think the fact that no one has diagnosed him with any other condition like dementia moves him more toward the 5%?
No.
You think that the fact that no one's diagnosed him with faking, malingering, magnification moves him more toward the 5%?
No.
Okay. You talked about atrophy in the aging brain.
Yes.
Okay? that is a normal condition, right?
It can be.
And it's asymptomatic in many people.
It can be.
Okay? Yeah, one more question. I'll talk to my compatriots back here. Are you familiar with the pre-existing exacerbation issue medically with brain injury? In other words, let me explain that. If you have a pre-existing, let's say you have a problem with anger regulation or some other negative quality, okay, that oftentimes a TBI, even a mild TBI, can exacerbate those symptoms. You aware of that?
I am.
And that's a true principle of medicine, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay, 1 second. Would you agree that a person who's had a concussion is at greater risk if they have another concussion? Second injury syndrome, they call it.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I've got, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Owens?
Your Honor, can you take this down, please? And James, are you hooked up? Thanks. In our last witness with Dr. Black, we actually referred to a document, plaintiff 33, page 8 and 9, and it was admitted. And we're gonna, and maybe just bring up just number 2, if you would. I don't know if are you able just to clear number 2? Do you remember, this is part of Dr. Fong's document?
Yes.
And do you recall plaintiff's counsel will say, show me in those records where it says the word dementia?
Yes.
All right, so let's look at this. The most likely diagnosis for this appearance is normal pressure hydrocephalus. The differential would include normal aging brain, Alzheimer's, dementia, subcortical arteriosclerotic encephalopathy,
Nice.
and multi-infarct dementia. All right, this is
good.
plaintiff's own retained expert,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And she's talking about, hey, could be some dementia stuff going on here, right?
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's a differential diagnosis, and it doesn't suggest it's going on.
That's a speaking objection, Your Honor. It's inappropriate.
It's an inappropriate question.
Overruled.
Also,
You can
Your Honor,
cross-examine. You can
also-
cross-examine the witness,
And
counsel.
then, Peter, if you can hear my voice, come back in. I had him go make some copies of another dementia reference that we'll pull up in just a minute. Do you remember any reference in the VA where the patient actually came to the doctor and said, I'm worried that I am getting dementia?
Yes.
And what do you recall? I think that might have been his treating psychiatrist, Michael McIntosh. Does this sound familiar?
I think that's right.
And-
we would
and-
say, yeah.
Do you recall, Peter's making copies, but do you recall what he responded?
I don't.
Okay, we'll pull that up in just a minute. In terms of how close these daughters were in their personal observations, did you observe that Polly Graham Sanderson had not even seen or talked to her dad for 3 months prior to this ski collision?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Sustained?
They all lived out of state. Is that fair? All 3 daughters lived out of state from him.
Your Honor, that's beyond the scope.
It's
Overruled?
Yes.
And he had, in fact, at the time of the ski collision, he wasn't running a 2-office optometry visit. He'd been retired many years, correct?
Correct.
And there's been evidence that he left on bad terms with his partners.
Your Honor, there's no evidence of that, and it's beyond scope,
Overruled?
and it's irrelevant.
Do you recall this?
I'm sorry, I don't recall that part.
That he left on poor terms. He left his community on poor terms, his business. I'll clarify my question. So I don't want just continuing speaking objections.
Sure. Right now, while we talk about this. Okay, I understand your issue that you think it's collateral impeachment and that it's beyond the scope of cross. I'm going to overrule the objections, but ask that there not be a lot of repetition. I think that the door was opened when this witness was asked about the before and the after from family. So.
I'm trying to recall my last question too. That was the objection was sustained or it was rejected. And then, but there was continuing talk, and I never even got to ask it.
Well, you'll have a few minutes to reorient yourself. Dr. Hoesch, you can certainly step down during the break.
Oh, thank you. You have the black money, but I'm not asking for something that happened. He's asking about what happened with his leaving his hometown. That he never let that in. And it's a collateral issue which I'm going to have to go into and consume time and waste. It makes no difference in the case. It was years before. Even if it's true.
I thought there was testimony of both parties. Well, I thought there was testimony of issues with when he left his business, that there were issues.
I don't think so. And so,
Your Honor.
And so, just let me finish.
Sure.
I mean, we can't bring up Gwyneth Paltrow's.
No, I'm asking you to explain where. Well, first of all, where did that come in?
Sure. It's in Terry's deposition, by the way. I think he even used the word like his partner had.
If it's in his deposition, then it's not in the record.
Only because I haven't been able to finish with Terry, but his own daughter, for instance, said he left. He enjoyed a good reputation until his affair in that community. That was in the record. That's in our. That's in
Was that
evidence.
in the record?
That's in evidence.
I think you sustained an objection to that, didn't you?
No. No, it's in evidence because you were making him out to be just this beautifully respected man in the community, and his own daughter said, not so.
Well, I think.
Affair is one thing, but I mean.
Business partner problem.
I don't think that's come up, Judge. I'm saying it's wrong about it. I don't think it's come up.
I know I've read it. I just don't know if it came out on the record. I don't think it did.
So I know it to be true because Mr. Sanderson actually. So I asked him. We're not proving truth necessarily right now. We're proving. Did you see it in the record? Because they can testify as to what they've reviewed, and then I can follow up on it. So it doesn't have to be in as a fact.
I think under 403, I'll exclude it. That question.
Which one again, Your Honor?
About the
business dispute.
Yeah, business dispute.
Okay.
And like a certain amount of cross-examination with this witness, and the closer it is to what the daughters observed or didn't observe, the closer it's tethered to that, the more relevant it is to responding to the cross that came out. But if you're, to pull out, I guess, the defense's laundry list of complaints about the plaintiff, or not complaints, but points, I don't know that this is the appropriate place to do that, given the scope of direct.
All the family members are saying he had dramatic changes before, and
Right.
I've been saying, actually, they're pretty distant, and
Sure.
so
questions that are tethered to those issues are fine.
okay, and just so we know what we're doing as soon as we go on, we're gonna present VA record 922 to 924.
And then what, so that's defense exhibits what?
And is this marked?
Are you introducing these, or are you just showing them?
I'm about to find out.
Because some of these,
We gotta change it here, we need to redact the city and state.
I just need to know if you're introducing them or referencing. I gave you an annotated one. I gave you that.
And just for the future, I'd like to reiterate that when you have an objection, all I need is objection and the rule. What rule? And if I need more information, I'll ask for it.
Yes, you can, go ahead.
okay, we have another few minutes to run down the rest of the.
Sure. We usually take about 10 minutes for these breaks. So. expressions until the court's not in session. So thank you. We're ready. Mr. Owens, you may continue. Just to let you know, I've got another court hearing at noon.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm circulating Defense Exhibit 114. May I approach you?
You may.
Do you mind if I hand it to the witness?
You may.
We may get you a copy.
And it's Exhibit
114.
Okay.
D 114.
Did you say D as in dog?
D as in defendant, yes.
Okay. And does the plaintiff have any objection to this witness or this exhibit? Defendant's Exhibit 114D is received.
And we're trying to blank out Mr. Sanderson's.
If you don't have time, you can go ahead and examine the witness without displaying it.
So, James, page 2 and 3 does not have Mr. Sanderson's address blanked out.
Yeah, I blanked it out.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're good. Have you seen this document?
I can't remember.
This is part of his VA records. It's dated May 22, 2017. Bottom right is marked VA 922.
Yes.
So if the incident was in February 2016, this is about a year and 3 months later. You with me?
Yes.
And if we go to the second page, VA 923, and James is going to bring this up. You see under the subjective, and James, I think the address is there, so you want to get rid of it. I'm going to come show you where I'm going to start reading. Patient reportedly.
Yes.
Okay, that's the first paragraph, and where's our cool laser? I'm going to start, this is a big sentence, but I'm going to start right here. Patient reportedly, and I'll read this, patient reportedly sought out neuropsychological testing for these symptoms, but also feared he may be experiencing early dementia symptoms. Mr. Sanderson noted that he felt reassured following the testing, but is still concerned regarding some of the cognitive changes he has experienced. So that's another reference to him being concerned with dementia. True?
True.
That's all on that. You can take that down, James. Executive function testing, does that rely on the patient, some subjective reports from the patient?
I believe so, but I'll have to defer to our neuropsychology experts later today.
Okay, they're going to come up here and talk about that, so we'll be okay with that. Patients can throw neuro testing, though, can't they? Can
Yes.
they, like, fill in the tic-tac-toe, and the patient can actually say, I don't know.
Objection, beyond scope.
Overruled?
Yes.
I mean, we can't force him to put a 0 where it belongs and an X where it belongs. Fair?
Correct.
And are you aware of studies that say being a litigant in a case like this actually frequently leads to patients
overstating their damages.
Objection, 401, 403, and beyond the scope.
Overruled?
Go ahead.
Yes.
Just comment on what you know on that.
So I would say it's more just knowing from medical school and learning about, what malingering is, as opposed to studies that you state.
Okay, malingering is a word that means basically not trying as hard. Is that fair?
Correct, for secondary gain.
If I malinger, if I have a stubborn cough that's malingering, is that the right use of that word?
No, it would be if you were elaborating your symptoms, like you said, not filling in the tic-tac-toe in order to have some type of secondary gain.
All right. What we do know is that he ran a business in Idaho many years earlier. True?
True.
Objection, Your Honor, same thing we talked about previously.
Overruled?
True.
And then he retired in part due to his failing eyesight. Do you know that?
I don't know that.
All right. And do you know anything about losing the respect of his community, which his daughter reported to this jury?
Objection, leading.
Overruled?
Sounds familiar, but I don't know the details on that.
Due to an affair he had. He lied.
Objection, Your Honor. 401, 403.
Sustained?
Thank you.
I think it's in evidence, and I think he should be able to reference it.
Same objection.
But I'll respect your ruling.
Okay.
Can anxiety and depression and hyperfixation, can they throw off executive functioning?
Yes.
All right. One thing Sam Goldstein said the other day was that he's obsessed. He's obsessed with this case, this notoriety, this media. Can that throw off if someone's obsessed, can that throw off their executive functioning?
Yes.
Objection, foundation.
Overruled?
Just comment on that for me, please.
Yeah, so being obsessed, being extremely anxious, or having other, being depressed, kind of that's a whole continuum, can cause a whole host of cognitive dysfunction, including executive function, but also problems with concentration, attention, memory, all the above.
I'm being told to sit down. I'm sitting down. Thank you.
Mr. Sykes?
Doctor, in that report that you have there, the progress note from the VA, May 22, 2017. I'm just looking at it, Exhibit 114. Okay.
Yes, sir.
This was the reason, read that to the jury, the reason for the visit.
Would you like me to read it? Oh,
Yeah.
Scheduled psychotherapy intake.
Okay. And the chief complaint, anxiety, adjustment to medical condition. See that?
Yes.
Okay. And then on page 2, some of the things that weren't read. Let me see if I can get those up there. Let's see. No. It says subjective. Now, Mr. Owens read you part of that. Okay. Can you see what I'm referring to here?
Yes.
Okay, he says, recently referred by Dr. Manson following neuropsych testing, where anxiety was suspected to be affecting patients' cognitive functioning. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. And Mr. Sanderson reported that he was in a ski accident 1.5 years ago, where he was hit by another skier who lost control. He reportedly had 5-minute LOC and broke 4 ribs. You see that?
Yes.
And he was evaluated and told he had a concussion.
Yes.
Right. And that's actually what happened. He was evaluated and told he had a concussion, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's
by,
what we
by
discussed.
several.
Yeah.
He said that over the past year and a half, his cognition has gradually improved. Right?
Correct.
Now, people that are malingering don't go tell their doctors that they've improved, do they?
I don't know that I can make that general statement, but I think the fact that he improved, we talked about, which is a sign of.
But he has continued to have difficulties.
Your Honor,
with,
Bob interrupted my client.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Sorry, my expert.
I'm
Can
sorry,
you
I'm
finish
sorry.
his
Would you,
answer?
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah. Did you finish your
Well,
response?
I was just saying that we did talk about this earlier, that he had gotten better from the concussion.
Not gotten completely better, but he improved, right?
He improved.
Says his cognition has gradually improved, but he's continued to have difficulties with motivation, energy, and anhedonia. That's a term that the jury may not understand. Loss of enjoyment of life?
Correct.
Okay. So, at least 2 of the 3 of those are things you commonly see with executive functioning problems, aren't they? Motivation, energy.
Correct.
Okay. He also described difficulties with spatial tasks such as driving, getting lost, and puzzles. Those are frequently executive functioning problems, aren't they?
Yeah, there are also major signs of dementia.
Okay. He reportedly sought out neuropsychological testing for these symptoms, but also feared that he may be experiencing early dementia symptoms. Okay?
I think it was smart for him to think that.
Smart. Mr. Sanderson noted that he felt reassured following the testing, but is still concerned regarding some of the cognitive changes he has experienced, right?
Correct.
And you understand that he was tested and told he doesn't have dementia. You understand that?
Yes.
And no diagnosis
Correct.
of dementia, ever. Right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, also, a patient, or sometimes neuropsychologists call them clients, but you call them patients, right?
Correct.
Okay. Patient or a client who has high scores in some areas is not generally a person who's trying to fake it, right?
Correct.
High scores, right?
Correct.
And in some areas, some intellectual areas, Terry Sanderson has super high scores on testing, super high, right?
That's right.
Okay. Hold on one second, Your Honor. I think I'm done here. No further questions.
Mr. Owens?
No, Your Honor, no more questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Hoesch. You're excused.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Just leave it right there in front. Thanks.
Oh, you know what? I do have one more. You mind if I just take one more minute with him?
I think he's excused. Sorry, Mr. Sykes.
Yeah, he's still in the courtroom.
Do you have another minute?
Very short.
All right, come on in.
Thanks.
So you're still under oath?
I apologize for missing this one. You talked a little bit about NPH.
Yes.
Normal pressure hydrocephaly or hydrocephalus?
That's correct.
Okay. That is a condition, is it not, that can exist for years and years and years without any symptoms.
Correct.
And the 3 main symptoms of NPH, if it's active, okay, are ataxia, dementia, and loss of continence.
Correct.
Okay. And
Ataxia being problems walking.
Problem walking. And there's no diagnosis anywhere in those records before you that anybody ever diagnosed him with NPH.
That's right.
Okay. And a lot of good doctors looked at him, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Owens?
Entirely separate from the ski accident, do you believe Mr. Sanderson would benefit from anti-dementia medications?
Your Honor, I object. That's beyond the scope. I asked only about NPH.
That was Your Honor, he
Overruled?
go ahead.
I think it's worth a trial. Low side effects, and it could help him.
And Sam Goldstein felt the same way.
Correct.
That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Sykes, anything further? Okay, thank you.
You should now run from the courtroom.
Mr. Owens, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. James has this one. I'm giving the clerk the official 114.
Your Honor, we call Dr. Angela Eastvold, a neuropsychology expert.
Thank you.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Good morning. Would you take a seat and then state your name and spell it?
Oh, wait, no, okay. My name is Angela Eastvold, ANGELA EASTVOLD.
Thanks for being here, Dr. Eastvold. And I believe, Your Honor, you said you have a hearing at noon, and so we'll be quick for the first part here. Would you like to end right at noon or a little bit before?
Maybe a couple minutes before would be great.
Okay, great.
1 or 2.
Sure. I'll keep my eye on the clock. Dr. Eastvold, what do you understand your role to be in this case?
I was hired to review the records and provide opinions on the facts around his injury.
Okay, and were you asked to look at Dr. Goldstein, plaintiff's neuropsychology expert, and his evaluation in particular?
Yes,
But you looked at everything. You looked at all the records?
I did.
And we don't have to name them all. There are thousands, correct?
Yes.
And they span what period, do you recall?
2004 to 2022.
Okay. And I think after we come back from the break, we'll do what we did with Dr. Hoesch. You have a report that also has some headings, and that will help us take you through those. But if we may start with just a general understanding of your expertise and why the jury should listen to you about these matters.
So I'm a board-certified neuropsychologist. I have a PhD in clinical psychology with a specialization in neuropsychology. I then completed a 2-year fellowship at the Veterans Hospital in Tampa, Florida, where I received 2 years of specialized training in the full spectrum of brain injury, from mild to severe. And brain injury has been my primary area of expertise since. I was then a faculty in the neurology department at the University of Utah for 6 years, and during that time, I regularly lectured to physicians and psychologists and trainees on concussions and provided continuing education courses on concussion diagnosis and management of this. And then since 2011, I've also been an independent consultant to professional sports teams as part of their concussion protocol. That is all required now. So when a player gets a concussion, they are required to have an evaluation by me in order to be cleared to return to play. So I am deeply involved in concussion. And for the past 2 years, my work is 80% concussion.
So in your review of Mr. Sanderson's medical history and other records, I guess we should mention, did you review the Deer Valley records?
I did.
Okay, the incident report and the instructor comments, these accident records, you reviewed those?
Yes.
And you reviewed depositions connected to the events of the collision.
I did.
So in your review of all of that, what is your opinion about Mr. Sanderson as it relates to concussion?
You want me to go into my first opinion?
Yeah, we'll get to it, but just for the general overview.
In
yeah.
general, that if he suffered a concussion, it was at most a mild concussion.
Great. And what about the symptoms connected to that concussion if he had one?
I believe that the symptoms resolved, or the symptoms that were there might be better explained by other conditions.
That pre-existed the collision?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a good just general overview. Anything else you'd add as a general overview of your opinions?
No.
That's a
Yeah.
good, just short, again,
It's a
we'll
good
get into
introduction.
details.
Yes, there's a lot of details I'm looking forward to going into.
Okay, great. So I want to pull up the exhibit that the jury was just looking at with Dr. Hoesch. It's a plaintiff's exhibit P43. I just switched my iPad here into the system. It looks like it's taken a second. This is the executive functioning table. Do you recall seeing that?
I do.
And do you recall reviewing that in Dr. Goldstein's evaluation of Mr. Sanderson?
I do.
And that's where this comes from.
Correct.
And I'm going to just pull it up right here and ask you, what does this table, what is it trying to accomplish?
Okay, this is important. So this is a self-report measure that Dr. Goldstein himself designed and published. I can't speak to it. It's not something that is commonly administered in clinical practice for adults. I've never seen it used anywhere other than Dr. Goldstein. So I can't speak about the validity of these scales. But what I can say is that this is a really nice quantification of the patient's subjective complaints. It is not evidence of objective deficits. It's just a summary and quantification of what the patient is reporting.
And so if you would, for the jury, when you use those terms subjective and objective in a neuropsychological sense, what do you mean by them?
So subjective is just the patient's opinion or perception. Objective is something that is measurable. And when we get into the neuropsychological test results, those numbers are objective data. And I will later show you how some of these contradict some of the objective data.
So is it your opinion that the results here that plaintiff's attorneys have been going through, those represent only Mr. Sanderson's report of his own sense of his executive functioning?
Exactly.
And there's other evaluating physicians or neuropsychologists that have done objective evaluations. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you give us a just brief sense of what those are, when they happened?
So he had a battery of tests that measure multiple areas of attention 1 month post-injury. He had a battery of tests that measures multiple aspects of memory 2 months post-injury. And then he had a full neuropsychological evaluation 1 year post-injury.
And what did those exams
And then he had
show?
Dr. Goldstein's evaluation, which is 4 years post-injury.
Right, thank you. So in all of those evaluations, what would you say as a summary of the findings? You
No.
can take them one by one if that's best.
Your Honor, I object. There's nothing in her report about this.
It is in my report, and
Yeah,
I would love to be able to talk about it in the context of my first my
So you have
opinions.
to listen to the
I'll
judge.
have to deal with the objection. That's okay. That's quite all right. I will do that. Maybe we could do that over lunch.
Sure.
And do you have another area that you want to go into for the next 5 minutes?
Seems like this is a good time to wrap up.
Okay. Why don't we take our recess now, and then we'll return at 1:25.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. For the jury, counsel?
Can we just have an overview of the clock situation? I can tell you what I understand.
Let me pull it up.
My understanding is defendant has 4 more hours, including closing arguments tomorrow. Thank you for doing this.
Oh, sure. Sure. Well, between this afternoon and tomorrow, there's approximately 5.5 hours of jury time available. And the time that I have that each party has taken is 16, for the plaintiff, 16 hours and 1 minute, and for the defendant, 16 hours and 25 minutes. Does that comport with your computation? $16:01 and $16:25.
So, can you calculate what I have left? That will help me.
Well, if there's 5 hours and 30 minutes left, you get less than half of that, right?
If we take 1 hour apart, 1 hour for each party to occur tomorrow for closings, then can we calculate what's, we want to comply with the court's order on this. Both sides want an hour tomorrow for closing. Is that true, Bob?
I might want more than that.
Okay, at least 1 hour.
So that's about 6 hours and 30 minutes in front of the jury, including closing arguments. So which is roughly divided to where the defendant would have 3 hours and 3 minutes and the plaintiff would have 3 hours and 27 minutes.
And then if we take out the 1 hour closing tomorrow, 1 hour each, that leaves us about 2 hours each today.
2:03 for the defendants, 2:27 for the plaintiff. And I'm not saying that has to happen, I mean, that can't happen today because we don't have enough time to do it today. Because that's almost 5.5, that is 5.5 hours right there. Okay, ready for the jury then? Okay. Why don't you come on and take the witness stand, be ready? Mr. Egan, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Eastvold, we're back from lunch, and
Yes.
I think it'd be best to just go right into your opinions. Your Honor, do I have permission to do as we did with Dr. Hoesch, show the heading of the report?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'll put that up here on the screen here. Dr. Eastvold, is this the first opinion in your report?
Yes.
And maybe let's just read it.
Plaintiff suffered at most a mild concussion from the collision occurring on 2/26/2016.
Okay, so and why is that your opinion?
Okay, so when I'm forming opinion on whether there's been a concussion or not, there's three main things that I'm looking at. One, the mechanism of injury. Is it sufficient enough to cause a concussion? Two, the acute injury characteristics. What symptoms were present in the minutes and hours immediately after the collision? And then what did the clinical course look like after that? And I'm most interested in the 3 to 4 months after an injury. Things that are happening after that are less likely associated with the concussion. Okay, so those are the three things I'm looking at. So one, the mechanism. So there was a collision, two people ran into each other, he hit the ground. That is a feasible mechanism for an injury. Two, the acute injury characteristics. So there's two symptoms. One, loss of consciousness. Now, he's reporting 5 to 10 minutes of loss of consciousness. Based on all of the available evidence, that is improbable. And I can go into that more, but you've probably heard a lot about that. But my opinion is that if he suffered loss of consciousness, it was seconds, not minutes. Okay, the duration of loss of consciousness is important because the longer the loss of consciousness, the more severe the injury. Okay, so it is my opinion that there was seconds of loss of consciousness, if at all. And then by the time the EMT, Whitney Smith, arrived, she described some mild disorientation, which was kind of a rattled response to this unexpected collision on the ski hill. There wasn't any gross confusion or any other significant mental status changes, and then significant mental status changes, and then of course disorientation. He was seen at Park City Instacare 2 hours post-injury, and at that point he was complaining of a slight headache, rib pain, and I think a dullness in his head. But The provider there very specifically documented no signs or symptoms of concussion. There were no clear signs like dizziness, nausea, vomiting, any double or blurry vision, any of the really classic symptoms of a significant concussive injury. The next day, he was seen at the VA, and at the VA, he is only reporting, again, a slight headache and rib pain and irritability. Again, no other significant signs of an acute concussive injury. In the 2 to 3 weeks after that, the only person that really saw him was his girlfriend. And in her deposition, all she described was that he was really grouchy and didn't really want to be touched, and that he was in pain. She is also not describing any significant symptoms. Now, I know she's not a medical professional, but the absence of her description of other symptoms is notable. And then we've got some really important objective indices of injury. So, as we had started to mention before lunch, 1 month post-injury, he underwent an extensive battery of tests that assessed multiple aspects of attention. Now, attention is the cognitive domain that is the most sensitive to concussion. And he performed consistently in the above average range on measures of sustained attention, complex sustained attention, divided attention, alternating attention, and selective attention. So very clearly, no objective indices of attention deficits. Then, 1 month later, so 2 months post-injury, he had a similar extensive battery looking at multiple aspects of memory. Same thing, no deficits. In May, which is about 2.5 months post-injury, he had a thorough vestibular evaluation. And so the balance system is actually really sensitive to concussion, such that even healthy, fit 20-year-old athletes will have impaired balance when they are concussed. So Mr. Sanderson's balance was described as exceptional. There was no evidence of vestibular dysfunction or balance problems. So that's another really important objective index of his brain functioning. Lastly, about a week and a half after the injury, Mr. Sanderson reported a markedly increased intake of alcohol. He reported to his primary care that he was drinking 5 to 6 drinks a week, 5 to 6 drinks 2 to 3 times a week, which is actually a quite significant amount of alcohol. And there's one thing about concussion is that one of the telltale signs is reduced tolerance to alcohol, such that when people are acutely concussed, if they drink alcohol, more often than not, they report feeling ill, or they get really intoxicated off of a fraction of the alcohol that they normally drink. Most people do not enjoy drinking alcohol when they're concussed. And so when I put all of that evidence together, sure, it's possible that he had a mild concussion, but at most it was mild. And by May, there really isn't any strong ongoing evidence of clear brain injury.
Is it possible that he did not have a concussion?
It's possible.
You mentioned in that answer the objective measures that were taken in evaluations following the accident. How would you evaluate the discrepancy that there might be between objective measures and a subjective report that vary? You know, and maybe that just for the jury's sake, and I can clarify my question, the patient is reporting certain experience of symptoms versus an objective finding through some sort of assessment.
Well, it's hard to make sense of, and there could be many things, but one of the most prominent things that was very clear is that his anxiety went sky high after this injury. His blood pressure was through the roof. He was emailing his providers saying, "I'm having a hypertension crisis." He was doubling his medication, and it wasn't helping. So it was very clear that he was experiencing a lot of anxiety, and anxiety can certainly drive perception of a lot of these difficulties.
Did you note a record a few weeks prior to the ski collision that included Mr. Sanderson's report that he was feeling old all of a sudden?
Your Honor, I don't think that's in her report, because I haven't seen it.
She's
Overruled?
Have you reviewed that record?
I definitely have, and
Does it play into your evaluation of where post-accident symptoms might be coming from?
it plays into me trying to understand where he is now. And there's been a lot of talk about decline, and some of those records offer some telltale signs that I see in older adults that decline is starting to happen. So there's a line in there that describes that he's overwhelmed with paperwork and trying to get things organized, and he's I can't remember the exact line, but those are the kinds of things that I'm listening for when I'm evaluating older adults, because those are the behavioral signs that functional changes are starting to happen in someone's life.
Okay, great. Let's go to your second opinion here. Give me just a second to pull it up. As I pull it up, you can read it, Miss.
Sure, I can read it from my
Dr.
paper.
Eastvold. Yeah, I apologize.
Plaintiff's course and evolution of self-reported symptoms is inconsistent with the known trajectory of concussion-related symptoms. So,
Why would you say that?
So the thing with brain injury is that the symptoms are worse in the beginning and then they gradually improve. Now that rate improvement can vary greatly among individuals, and some people might experience some plateaus along the way, but brain injury does not progressively worsen. And Mr. Sanderson was reporting when he saw Dr. Fung in 2017, about a year and a half after his injury, and then Dr. Goldstein in 2020, he was reporting new symptoms that weren't present in those first 3 months, and he was describing a worsening of symptoms. And I think many of his family members are under the impression that things are worsening. So a worsening in 2017 and 2020 cannot be attributed with any medical probability to a concussion, a mild concussion in 2016.
And maybe so the jury has a sense of the new symptoms that you're describing. What are those in particular?
He was describing neck pain. There was some dizziness and a lot more just general dysfunction. I can't remember all the symptoms offhand.
Sure. What symptoms would you attribute to a concussion if in fact he did have one in the ski collision?
Well, again, there really isn't any strong evidence of symptoms in those first 3 months. He wasn't even really, he was reporting difficulties with his thinking skills, but yet on objective tests he was performing normally. So it's difficult to separate what was anxiety during that period and what was true concussive deficits. But I think another piece is that even one of his daughters saw him in May, I believe, for a graduation, and described him as feeling kind of slow and dull, not as engaged as he usually is. And that could certainly be a symptom of concussion, but even she said that fully resolved, and he has since returned back to his extroverted self. And so, again, that's the known trajectory that I would expect for a concussive injury, but not new or worsening symptoms years later.
Thank you. Let's move to your third opinion, unless there's anything to add.
I think that suffices.
Okay, thank you. So number 3, will you read that for us?
Plaintiff's medical history is notable for a number of comorbid conditions that better explain reported course of decline.
And why do you say that?
Okay, so as a neuropsychologist, a really thorough medical history is essential to understanding the context of the person, of the brain that I'm evaluating. And there are a number of medical conditions that are known to increase risk of premature cognitive decline as one ages, or risk for developing dementia. Okay, so this is a really important piece. So the biggest and most important one is the topic that we've been discussing today, is this abnormal brain MRI. Okay, a grossly abnormal structural abnormalities on his brain. There's volume loss, there's enlarged ventricles, there's microvascular ischemic disease. So there's a lot of problems here.
And are these the problems I think you were in the courtroom when Dr. Black was talking about
Yes.
the imaging, the same things he
Exactly.
was talking about?
Yes. And so that brain MRI alone, and no other information, that MRI alone predicts problems as he ages. It is a question of when, not if. And again, going back to you mentioned the medical records 3 weeks prior to this collision. Again, like, there's subtle evidence that decline was happening, and I can talk about. Well, maybe that's I'm jumping ahead. That's another. We'll get there, I'm sure. Okay, so the MRI. That's a huge red flag for me as a neuropsychologist. Okay. Now he's got a lot of other medical issues, and I'll briefly go through these. Okay. So he was diagnosed with sleep apnea in 2003. Sleep apnea is a disorder where one stops breathing for short episodes repeatedly through the night. The consequence of that is that when you stop breathing, the blood oxygen levels go down. Reduced oxygen is not good for your brain, and over time that causes problems. Untreated sleep apnea alone will cause cognitive decline over time. And most importantly, it's also associated with fatigue and headaches, and most prominently, attention and executive dysfunction. Okay, so he was unable to tolerate the CPAP machine, and so that went untreated. He also has chronic insomnia. We know...
I object. There's no foundation. She's not a medical doctor.
These are...
She can't, just a second. She can't speculate about what these mean from a medical standpoint.
I think she qualified her answer as to what it meant to her as a neuropsychologist. So for that limited purpose, I'll allow the evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And if I may, Dr. Eastvold, I want to just make sure I'm following these, the medical history that you point to that might better explain, or that does better explain Mr. Sanderson's post-accident symptoms, includes the pre-accident imaging that you've discussed, the untreated sleep apnea, and now I believe we were going on to a third one, but because of the objection, I cannot recall.
There's a list. So again, kind of getting a very clear picture of what his pre-injury status is. Okay, so these are the ones that I'm going through are all risk factors from a neuropsychological perspective. And so chronic insomnia, we know that chronic insomnia is a risk factor for developing dementia. And what happens when the brain goes into deep sleep, there's a cleanup function that happens, and there's a cleanup of abnormal proteins and plaques that shouldn't be there. And so when the brain is not getting into those deep stages of sleep, that cleanup function is not happening, and over time this will cause problems. And kind of alongside that, because of this insomnia, he's been treated with sedatives and benzodiazepines since at least 2004. We know that long-term use of those medications is associated with a markedly elevated risk of developing dementia. He also has restless leg syndrome. Restless leg syndrome is another risk factor for dementia. When it occurs in older adults, it's often an early warning sign of emerging functional behavioral changes that are associated with dementia. He has chronic migraines, and his migraines were quite severe. In 2011 and 12, he was reporting up to 3 a day. Chronic migraines are associated with the microvascular ischemic disease on the brain. He also has hypertension and high cholesterol. These are also cardiovascular risk factors that adversely affect the blood flow. Reduced blood flow is bad for your brain and over time can cause problems.
So sorry to interrupt you. You can finish. You've been talking about physical
Yes.
symptoms here, or physical conditions at this point, correct? Were there any mental health
Yes.
conditions?
I'm getting there. Okay. So a lot of medical issues that would suggest an increased risk of decline. Then we've also got a lot of psychiatric issues. He has been struggling with chronic anxiety and depression since the 90s, and he's been medicated for that since the 90s. And we know that chronic mood disorders is another risk factor for decline as we age. Now, the anxiety is actually really important. Mr. Sanderson underwent a full neuropsychological evaluation in 2017, just about a little over 1 year after this injury. And like his earlier testing, this neuropsych evaluation was completely unremarkable with no evidence of residual brain injury. And it was her conclusion that anxiety was a big factor here. And in fact, this second neuropsychological evaluation was sought out per Mr. Sanderson's report because he just had a friend pass away from early onset dementia, and he was worried. And so the neuropsychologist felt that anxiety was playing a big role in his perceived difficulties because his perceived difficulties weren't corroborated by the objective test data. Now, Dr. Goldstein himself, the plaintiff's own expert, concluded the same thing. Again, his testing indicated no evidence of brain injury, and he also felt that anxiety was a big factor that was driving a lot of the issues. And so this anxiety has been a big factor all along, and I think it's contributed to a lot of what he's perceiving and reporting.
Are there any other aspects of Dr. Goldstein's evaluation that give support to your opinion?
Yes, if we could bring up that executive function table one more time, that would be great.
Sure. And this, I believe, is Plaintiff's Exhibit 43. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so if you look, that working memory, that very bottom line there, again, this is Mr. Sanderson's subjective reports. This is just his complaints. He's reporting really significant working memory problems. On Dr. Goldstein's testing, he exhibited exceptional working memory. So on objective tests, he was performing in the high average range, and his working memory index, which is an average of 2 scores, was at the 87th percentile. So this is a really great example how perception does not equal reality.
And are there any other aspects of Dr. Goldstein's evaluation that help support your opinion?
And so Dr. Goldstein made a conclusion that based on extensive personality testing that Mr. Sanderson was a well-adjusted adult, but his own data does not support that. And so if you could bring up that next, the Milan table.
Oh, sure. I believe this is, I wrote this down, pages 27 and 28 of Dr. Goldstein's evaluation, which for plaintiffs...
Your Honor, we object to this. This is not pre-disclosed. It's not an admitted exhibit. We had no notice that this was coming, and so that's unfair.
It's in my report.
Why don't you approach the bench?
Dr. Goldstein, would it be...
Dr. Eastvold.
Gosh, we've been talking about Dr. Goldstein.
Yes, we have.
Would it be helpful for you to look at that page, the evaluation page, the data in Goldstein's evaluation that you were talking about? Would it refresh your recollection of that data?
Yes, it would.
Okay, if I provide that to you, we'll talk through it, but we won't publish it to the jury.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I actually don't need to see it. If you want me to just talk about it, if we're not going to show them, sure.
For time's sake, that would be great.
Okay. So Dr. Goldstein administered a long questionnaire that assesses how one thinks, feels, and behaves. It's a measure of personality. And on this measure of personality, Mr. Sanderson's responses indicated a very high level of generalized anxiety. Along with that was also a very high elevation of what we call somatic symptoms, meaning that there's a high focus or preoccupation on health and physical symptoms. When we see high anxiety and symptom, symptom, I forget the title of the, I can't remember it's a symptom disorder or something like that. When you see them together, there's a high rate of somatization. Somatization is when psychological distress manifests as physical symptoms. So as a neuropsychologist, this is always something that I'm looking out for because it can certainly help me understand their presentation and their reported complaints. Additionally, as part of this evaluation or part of this questionnaire, there's a number of personality traits that are measured, and Mr. Sanderson scored extremely high on narcissism, and specifically the pattern of his responses within that category suggest somebody who might be feel that he is superior. He may feel that he lacks empathy. He may lack empathy. He might have an egocentric perspective on life, not see things from other people's perspectives. He may expect special favors or special treatment. There were additional skills that were elevated. There was a histrionic scale where he was extremely dramatic and expressive. Other characteristics that go with that scale are volatile, overreactive, explosive. And then there was also some scales that indicated that he's someone that likes and needs attention and approval.
Does that data that you're going over tell you anything about the executive function chart we were looking at and the self-reporting that we get from Mr. Sanderson there?
No, personality by itself doesn't necessarily correlate with executive function or dysfunction. People who have high anxiety, executive functions is kind of a funny construct because people can have executive dysfunction for a lot of reasons. Some of them could be neurologic and some of them can be psychiatric. So most people with serious psychiatric disorders evidence some degree of executive dysfunction. You can also have executive dysfunction if you're sleep deprived or stressed. So it's an interesting concept. It's not necessarily, it can be, many things can affect it.
Do you have any opinions about whether Mr. Sanderson has exhibits any somaticization?
Well,
That's a medical diagnosis.
It's actually a psychological diagnosis.
Overruled?
And obviously, one of my questions is going to be explain to us what that term means. So what was the answer to my question? Whether he exhibits any somaticization?
Well, I mean, that is one way to potentially understand why he's expressing all these symptoms, but there isn't actually objective evidence of these symptoms. So he's describing balance problems, but on testing he performs exceptionally. He's describing having all these cognitive problems, but on cognitive testing he performs well. So somatization is one thing that helps somebody make sense of what he's experiencing and understanding his presentation.
And then, is it unprofessional of you to render these opinions without having seen Mr. Sanderson?
Well, importantly, I'm not Mr. Sanderson's neuropsychologist. He's not my patient. I'm not treating him or making any medical decisions. If that were the case, then of course I would need to see him. But again, I was just hired to look at the records and provide opinions on the facts in the records.
And do you feel confident in your opinions despite having not evaluated him?
Objection, lady.
I do.
Ruled.
Sorry, what was the answer?
I'm sorry. I do feel confident in my opinions.
Why is that?
Because the facts are the facts. And again, that injury characteristics in those first few days and first few months that's the objective data. That's the most important time period to look at, and the facts are there.
Okay, that's all the questions for now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Egan. Mr. Sykes, are you the questioner?
Dr. Eastvold, how much have you been paid in total to do this records review and to come today for your testimony?
I don't know. I didn't review my invoices.
You've come to court in an important trial, and you can't tell the jury how much you've been paid for your testimony?
There were invoices for 6.5 hours, and I want to say 20 hours. I'm not 100% sure.
Is it more or less than $20,000?
Oh, way less.
More or less than 15?
Way less.
10,000?
Probably less.
Okay. Now, let me ask you about that first thing, the last thing you mentioned. It's important, is it not, if you're going to render an opinion about somebody like you have today, a lot of negative or contrary opinions about Terry Sanderson, right? In other words, he's maybe got dementia, he's somaticizing his problems, and you've rendered those opinions, have you not?
I have not said
without
that
ever examining the patient, correct?
I have not rendered any specific opinions that he has dementia or somatization disorder. I'm merely describing Dr. Goldstein's results and offering. I'm not offering diagnoses.
Well, you sure fooled me on that one because I thought I heard a lot of diagnoses. But since you're not rendering diagnosis, okay, not rendering diagnosis, let's talk about what you are doing. Could you, is it appropriate, is it responsible for a neuropsychologist to comment on somebody without actually seeing them clinically in the office?
Again, if he was my patient, yes. He's not my patient. I was hired to review records and provide opinions on the facts in the records.
Aren't there standards with the American Psychological Association that recommend that you see someone before rendering opinions on them?
Those ethical principles apply to clinical practice and patient-doctor relationships, which does not apply in this situation.
So you don't have the same ethical principles in this case that you would if you was your patient. Is that the idea?
Ethical principles, it applies to clinical care. This isn't clinical care.
Okay. Do you agree that if you're going to evaluate someone and then come before a jury and tell us about him, that it's better to have more information or less information about them? What do you think? More information or less information?
The more information, the better.
Okay. Do you get more information if you actually have a clinical interview with someone?
As a neuropsychologist, my job is to evaluate for brain injury, and he had had numerous neuropsychological evaluations, and none of which have found evidence of brain injury. And so a fourth neuropsychological evaluation wasn't going to uncover brain injury that nobody else uncovered. So there was no point in me providing another evaluation.
Okay. So you're saying that you wouldn't have got any more information that would be helpful in doing a clinical interview with him or clinical testing, right?
Well, again, he'd been previously seen by three different neuropsychologists who all did the same interview that I probably would have done. And so I had most of the information that I would have requested, in addition to 20 years of medical history.
Do you have any idea why each one of the 6 defense experts, no one, did a clinical interview with him? Do you know why?
I do not.
Okay. Did you request a clinical interview?
We discussed it, and again, I felt there was no point in doing another interview because or another evaluation, because he'd had so many, and they all came to the same conclusion: no evidence of brain injury, and anxiety was a major factor.
Now, you have 2 other cases with my law firm, is that correct? 2 other cases.
Your law firm?
2 other cases.
Objection thing.
I'm not aware of this.
Okay. One in St. George, right? Where you did a 2-day clinical interview on a guy who had his eye shot out by a cop. Remember that one?
Relevance?
That's very relevant.
Sustained?
Okay. And you have another one in another ski case on Deer Valley and did a 2-day interview on him. Remember that?
Same objection.
Sustained?
On what grounds?
Relevance.
Okay. Well, isn't it true that you do a lot of work in your current situation for defense attorneys trying to defeat brain injury cases? Is that a fair statement?
No, 80% of my work is plaintiff.
Really? Okay, so, but you do a fair amount of defense work, don't you?
In the criminal realm, most of my work is defense. In the civil realm, most of my work is plaintiff.
Are you aware that all you have to do to get a clinical interview with someone on a legal case is requested? Because the judges almost never turn it down. Are you aware of that?
Objection. Foundation, legal determination.
Sustained?
Okay. Well, have you had any other, how many cases have you had in the past 5 years where you've been turned down for a Rule 35 independent medical examination? You had any?
I wasn't hired to do an independent medical exam
I know
in this
that.
case. I was hired as a consultant. That's it.
But have
In those
you had-
other cases, I was hired hired to perform an evaluation because neither of them had a prior evaluation.
Okay. Have you had anybody turn you down if you've asked? You can think of.
It's never come up.
Never come up. Okay. Now, excuse me. As a neuropsychologist, you surely recognize the importance in the evaluation process, okay, of finding out how the person functioned before the incident, which is February 26, 2016, and after, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you can get some of that information by asking the injured person himself or herself, can't you?
I could, yes.
In this case, you didn't have that opportunity, but you had other information, did you not?
I had a lot of information.
Let me finish the question, please. You had other information about the before and after status of Terry Sanderson. Is that a true statement?
I had a lot of information, yes.
Well, on page 2 of your report, you have that handy there?
Yes.
You had the depositions of Polly Sanderson, Terry's daughter, and Carlene Davidson, his former girlfriend, essentially a fiance. Did you read those two?
I did.
You did. Okay.
It's not my understanding that they were engaged.
Well, do you remember Carlene saying that she was living up here 300 days out of a year, and they were together about a year and a half before the accident? Remember that?
I remember that they spent a lot of time together. I was under the impression that it was split more between St. George and Salt Lake.
Oh, really? Okay. And that's what you took out of the deposition? That it was split?
Actually, it is an irrelevant factor for me.
Irrelevant.
I knew that they spent a lot of time together, and that's all that mattered.
Are you telling this jury of the good people of Summit County that what a girlfriend who's essentially live-in says is irrelevant for before and after? Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying.
Sounded like it.
That's not what I
Okay.
said.
Now, are you aware that Carlene Davidson testified that there was a night and day difference between Terry Sanderson before and after this ski crash? You aware of that?
I do.
Okay. Did you simply disregard that? Because I don't see any reference to Carlene Davidson in your 5-page report here. Not a single reference. Why did you omit that?
So Carlene spent some time with him in that initial recovery period, and she described that he was grouchy and didn't want to be touched, and that was pretty much it. And then he withdrew from the relationship. He became hyper focused on his symptoms and himself, and he withdrew from the relationship. And she was heartbroken, and then they didn't really spend a lot of time together after that.
So your testimony is that all Carlene Davidson said about changes afterwards is that he was grouchy?
But the problem was he was recovering from broken ribs.
No,
And so
that was
it's
my question.
It's relevant in that, he pulled away and he was focused on getting better and dealing with his health, and he didn't want to engage. So he's had a physical orthopedic injury that he was nursing, and that could explain some of the not wanting to go out and do things.
I'm just a simple country lawyer, okay? I'm going to try that question again. Are you telling this jury that, I think you said, essentially that's all he said was he was grouchy. Are you telling this jury of the people of Summit County that all Carlene Davidson noted in difference was that he was grouchy? Is that what you're saying, ma'am?
In the first couple of weeks, that's my recall of the deposition.
First couple of weeks, okay. But she was with him for 6 months. 6 months after that accident. After that crash.
It's my understanding that they saw much less of each other.
First question. And didn't she say that he changed in a wide variety of ways? Socially, personality change, executive function, emotions. Didn't she say that? And you ignored it.
She might have said it, but importantly, mild concussions don't produce gross changes in personality, social functioning, or behavior.
Okay. Now, Sam Goldstein, who you know, right?
I do.
He's one of the world's foremost experts in neuropsychology, correct? He's written dozens of books.
On children's neuropsychology.
Not just children's, okay? Do you think that executive function test is for children?
No, but it's not one widely used in adult clinical practice.
Okay. He disagrees, by the way. I talked to him during the noon hour.
Okay.
And he may come back tomorrow and...
Your Honor.
Anyway, strike that.
Objection to the commentary. Move to strike.
Sustained.
Okay. Isn't it true that test is one of the 2 top test used worldwide to assess executive function.
That is not my opinion. I would disagree with that.
Okay. Now, do you understand from Carleen Davidson that she stuck it out for 6 months with Terry? Understand that?
I believe that's probably
And is it your
about right.
testimony that?
Just a second, what did you say?
I believe that it was probably about 6 months. My understanding is they broke up at the late summer, early fall.
Is it your understanding that they broke up simply because he was cranky? Is that your understanding?
My understanding is that he pulled away from her.
My question was, is it your understanding that they broke up simply because he was cranky?
That is not my understanding.
Good. Okay. So let's go on. Did you read the deposition of Polly Gresham,
I did.
his daughter? Did you by any chance watch her testimony here in trial?
I did not.
Okay. Isn't it true that Polly Gresham in her deposition said much the same thing as Carleen Davidson, that there was a massive, sudden, dramatic decline in her father after that ski crash? True or false?
I believe that she said that, but my understanding is that I didn't get a clear sense that she had a clear picture of her father's functioning in the months to year before this accident. When she referred to previous functioning, she always referred to when he was working, which was before 2010. So it was a long time ago and arguably an unfair comparison.
Okay. Have you ever read Hamlet? Methinketh she protesteth too much. Okay. My simple question. Okay. Did Polly Sanderson say that there was a massive, fundamental, and dramatic decline in her father after the ski crash? Now try to give me a non-Hamlet answer. Yes or no?
So I read all three daughters' depositions, and I have a hard time keeping straight who exactly said what. I know that they all described some changes after the accident. Two of them felt that there were significant changes. One of them felt that there was a lot of the same behaviors before this, but they were just magnified after the concussion. And one of them noted that there were some significant changes, but a lot of it improved, and then a whole different set of behaviors really emerged. So
you can't answer my question about what Polly Sanderson said then?
I know that she
No.
endorsed a lot of changes. The problem is in clinical practice, I see this with families all the time. So with older adults, it's really tricky because many older adults are experiencing some degree of decline. Unfortunately, that's just part of aging. And then when you've got a complex medical history, it's more probable. And a concussion like this might happen, and the patient and the family grab onto this concussion as the defining factor that changed everything. And they misremember or underrepresent their pre-injury functioning and overestimate their problems after this, and everything gets tied to the concussion. And so that's what I saw happening with this family, is that everyone's really grabbed onto, including Mr. Sanderson, that this concussion was the cause of everything. And the behavioral presentation that he and his family are describing is inconsistent with a mild concussive injury, and very consistent with what I would predict based on his medical history. And so, again, yes, they are describing a lot of changes after this concussion, but I can't rely on them to clearly indicate a causal relationship with this concussion, because I don't think that they were carefully observing and aware of his level of functioning in the year prior to this.
No. So the jury understands. That was a 2-minute answer to a very simple question. The simple question was, can you tell me what Polly Harris said? I'm sorry, Polly Gresham. And you gave me a 2-minute Queen of Denmark answer. Now, why did you feel a need to add all that detail when the question was very simple? Why?
Because it's important for the jury to understand. I don't want them to be misled.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So, you can't really tell the jury, because you either don't remember or you didn't read it, you can't tell the jury what Polly Gresham said about the dramatic changes, right? And instead of telling me, you can tell me yes or no, you know that, you give me a 2-minute answer. Is that what happened here?
The changes that were described were changes such as severe disorganization, getting lost in the details, ruminative thinking, obsessive thinking, gross disorganization, confusion, getting lost. None of these are symptoms of concussion.
Okay, now let me ask you this. You you talked about the concerns about these MRIs. Now, you're not a medical doctor, but you say you look at them, right?
They're an important piece of my evaluation, yes.
Did you hear Dr. Hoesch's testimony this morning?
I did.
Yeah. Excuse me. He said, did he not, that from 2009 to 2021, all the MRIs he saw, there's no change. Did you hear that testimony?
I did.
No change.
Mm-hmm.
So, this testimony you gave the jury about being worried about him, this explains he's getting worse because of this. There's no evidence of that in these scans, is there?
The structural changes are not worsening, and if I'm going to go ahead and add that, it's pretty miraculous that he wasn't having more significant problems back in 2009, and it was just a matter of when, not if. And so I wouldn't predict that more structural changes needed to happen for him to actually start manifesting symptoms of that.
Okay, now before you give me another 2.5-minute answer, let me just ask you this. Can you look in those records and see where any physician, not yourself, you're not a physician, has diagnosed those conditions that many people have asymptomatically, where anybody diagnosed those conditions as causing his current problems? There lie the books before you. Open them up.
I didn't understand that. Could you repeat that question, please?
Show me a record where a physician, now he had many at the VA, right?
Yes.
Many, not just physicians, but speech pathologists, psychologists, neuropsychiatrists who are MDs. And no one at the VA diagnosed what you're saying is the case, did they?
I'm not diagnosing anything.
Well, you're saying that these scans explain his problems, but no medical doctor has done that. Now, how can you diagnose it and you didn't see him and no medical doctor has done it? Now explain that to a simple country lawyer.
The medical doctors have all noted, it's repeatedly been stated that his brain MRI looks like he has normal pressure hydrocephalus.
Is there a diagnosis?
No.
Now, has he ever been diagnosed with normal pressure hydrocephalus? Ever?
He hasn't, because typically the diagnosis requires clinical correlation with a triad of symptoms that involves a very specific characteristic change in gait and confusion. They don't have to have dementia, but cognitive changes and urinary incontinence. Now, they say he's asymptomatic. I'm not convinced, because the most common mood symptom associated with normal pressure hydrocephalus is this lack of energy, lack of motivation, low drive, and he's been reporting this for decades.
Now, let me stop you there. Would it be accurate to say that you have a better handle on what these pre-existing problems that are identified have caused him than his medical doctors at the VA? Is that a fair statement?
No, I'm not saying I have a better handle than any of his medical disorders, but as a neuropsychologist, I have a very unique perspective, and I'm the one that puts together neurologic data and psychological data. That's my expertise, and that would be an important piece that I would take into consideration if I were evaluating him myself.
Okay. Now, let me ask you about executive function. I looked through your report, and again, I'm a simple country lawyer, but I can read. I don't see any reference in your report to executive function anywhere. Am I missing anything?
No, executive function is not commonly
That's
affected.
a yes or no? That's a yes or no?
No.
Okay, thank you. Now, let's talk about faking and malingering. Are you suggesting that Terry is faking these problems for money? Is that your suggestion?
No, there's no evidence of faking or malingering of any kind. He's genuinely distressed.
Now, you say that in your report that your diagnosis is somatization disorder. Is that what I'm reading here?
No, I did not diagnose him.
Okay. Well, you say on page 6, somatization may also explain delayed onset or worsening of plaintiff's reported symptoms. Your words.
Somatization is used more like a noun there.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a diagnosis.
Okay, that's what you wrote. And somatization, so the jury understands it. Okay, I don't need a 2-minute answer. It's a very short answer. Tell the jury what it means.
Somatization is when psychological distress manifests as physical symptoms.
Okay. Now, has any physician, psychologist, or anybody else diagnosed Terry Sanderson with somatization disorder? Anybody?
Not that I know of. But they all repeatedly talk about his anxiety and anxiety about his health and his symptoms and his preoccupation on his symptoms.
Nice of you to add that. Thank you. Kept it under 2 minutes. Okay.
Your Honor, I object. Argumentative.
I'll withdraw it.
Withdraw.
Okay. Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to take 1 minute and just talk to my, I'm their capitalist running dog. I got to go talk to him for a minute. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Egan?
Dr. Eastvold, after questioning from plaintiff, is it still your opinion that plaintiff suffered at most a mild concussion from the collision occurring on February 26, 2016?
Your Honor, that's an improper redirect that's already been gone into.
Overruled?
Yes, that my opinion remains.
And is it still your opinion that plaintiff's course and evolution of self-reported symptoms is inconsistent with the known trajectory of concussion-related symptoms?
Yes.
And is it still your opinion that plaintiff's medical history is notable for a number of comorbid conditions that better explain his reported course of decline?
Yes.
No further questions, thanks.
Can I add something, please?
Oh.
Please don't.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. I have a lot of compassion for Mr. Sanderson. I do believe that things are changing for him. It is terrifying when one starts to lose their faculties. And I'm not...
I object to this.
Sustain it.
Non-responsive, thank you.
It's a narrative. If you've got some more questions, go ahead.
Okay. I think we can be done. Okay.
Okay.
No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Egan?
Yeah, Your Honor, we called Dr. Galit Askenazi as an expert.
Judge, you want to take a short break? It's been an hour.
It has been an hour. Let's take a short recess. Short recess. Would the lawyers approach the bench, please? Well, thank you. Mr. Owens, you may proceed.
James is back up.
Or Mr. Egan?
Yep. Thank you, Your Honor. We call Dr. Galit Askenazi.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Would you begin, once you get seated, give your full name and spell it?
My name is Galit Askenazi, Galit, last name Askenazi.
Dr. Askenazi, thank you for being here. Let's begin by asking you what you see your role as an expert here today.
So I was asked to review records of Mr. Sanderson in order to determine if, due to the ski accident, he suffered any cognitive or mental health issues, and if he did so, to what extent.
Your Honor, can we briefly approach the bench? I think this may be too quick.
time for that bench conference, can we have asserted to the plaintiff?
I'll take that under advisement.
Thank you.
The objection is overruled.
It's under advisement right now because it's a pending objection based on what's going on with the questioning.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Askenazi. The next question I was going to ask you was, did I ask you to, in particular, look at Dr. Fong's assessment of Mr. Sanderson?
Yes, I was asked to specifically look at cognitive effects and Dr. Fong's assessment and his treatment while he was there.
Okay, thank you. We'll just start with the main point. Do you agree with Dr. Fong's assessment?
In terms of persistent post-concussive syndrome, no, I do not.
And why do you have expertise to be able to offer that opinion?
Okay, are you asking about, like, to start with my education?
Yeah, sure, you can give us your background, yeah.
So I completed my undergraduate degree at Princeton in psychology. I then spent 2 years after that working at Harvard Medical School and Mass General Hospital assessing dementia and doing work in the diagnostic clinic there. I then completed both my master's and PhD in clinical psychology at Case Western Reserve University, which is in Cleveland. It's a general clinical degree, but I specialized in neuropsychology. I created for myself my own training experiences in neuropsychology. I then spent a year as a neuropsychology intern at the VA in Cleveland for my pre-doctoral internship. And then after I graduated, I completed a 2-year postdoctoral fellowship or residency in clinical neuropsychology in accordance with what we call the Houston guidelines. It dictates how you have to finish 2 years of supervised training with a board-certified clinical neuropsychologist and how it's required that you continue your education so you have more expertise and then complete an examination with that. And then once I finished all that formal education, I got board certified in clinical neuropsychology, which is a few-year process. There's a few steps to it: written examination, samples, oral examination. And then I respecialized in forensic psychology. I did an internship or a postdoctoral fellowship in forensic psychology, and I also got board certified in forensic psychology. I'm currently one of 6 people in the country with those dual certifications.
So, in your opinion, did Dr. Fong sufficiently assess Mr. Sanderson's medical condition and history to render the opinion that she did about his persistent post-concussive symptoms?
No, and as people have already said today, and I don't want to be too redundant, in order to assess a concussion first and foremost, you need to know the symptoms at the time. It's considered an acute and immediate condition, so you need to know the symptoms at the time. Then to establish if someone has post-concussive syndrome, you actually have to show the path from the concussion to those symptoms that a person is claiming. Dr. Fong reviewed absolutely no medical records, even though this was a legal referral to her. She took at face value his report that he'd been having certain symptoms for 1.5 years straight, which we know through the medical records that is not true at all. He had some symptoms at the beginning, completely resolved, and then actually his records after that show full resolution with multiple, of course, neuropsychological testings during that time.
And are you familiar with Dr. Fong's testimony that, as I believe it, if I'm remembering it correctly, that the defense experts, which would include you, don't recognize post-concussive, persistent post-concussive symptoms?
So post-concussive syndrome is a well-known condition, but the thing is, its symptoms overlaps with multiple other conditions, and that's why you have to connect it back to the acute concussion. Now, the term persistent post-concussive syndrome is one that's considered in the neuropsychology community to be one that's under research. There's no real evidence that after 3 months a person continues to have symptoms from a concussion or a mild traumatic brain injury. So that's still under investigation if those symptoms are truly persistent.
So Dr. Fong, as you said, did not review prior records, but did you review prior records?
I reviewed the records from around the time. I reviewed 15 years of medical records beforehand, and as many of the medical records given to me afterwards, as well as some of the reports associated with the accident.
And you have your own opinions about that prior medical history and how it might relate to Dr. Fong's diagnosis, is that right?
Yes, that's correct, especially because when you're talking about any acute condition, you need to know what are the changes from before to after to say, well, this acute condition caused those changes possibly.
And as I understand it, you've created some slides that go over some of those opinions, is that correct?
Yes, so I created slides that summarize the records I reviewed and the information I thought that was relevant to form my opinions.
And to respond to Dr. Fong?
Yes.
And so with that, Your Honor, I move to admit or to publish to the jury as a demonstrative exhibit, Defense Exhibit 105 is A through another letter. I got to go to the end here. A through V, as in vehicle.
V, Victor?
Yeah, Victor, yeah.
Okay. Any objection to Defense Exhibit 105
Yes,
A through V on for demonstrative purposes that have any objections other than those that have already been voiced?
I haven't voiced any objections to it, but it's not in her report, and it's undisclosed. So we've never seen it. They could have shown this earlier this week.
Well, yeah, so
It's in our
are these demonstratives that were they provided under the pretrial order?
They were provided before the deadline, Your Honor.
These slides?
Yes,
Yes.
they were.
Have we ever seen
105.
these? I've not seen them.
What's it? Can you cite them again?
I don't think we've seen them, Judge.
All right.
Your Honor.
I wonder if you could show me where you provided them to the other side so we can move on beyond this.
Sure.
Yes, one of the plaintiff's side come up here so you can take a look at this.
These are the March 16th ones?
Yeah, I think Mr. Jorgensen just showed you where we initially disclosed it. Is that fair? Very first. 13 days ago. Did we disclose it? Did we disclose them?
These are the March 16th ones.
No. November 14th. No, this is the very first one.
Judge, I see these in the document, but they were disclosed, I think, late.
Incorrect.
But
Why
they
don't
were
you
never identified.
take a look at what just came over there because,
They were never identified as coming from her. Just
Doctor.
well, let me ask you this, Mr. Sykes. Do you want to take trial time up to nail this down?
well, give me then 10 seconds then.
December 31st.
Okay, we'll let it go.
Go ahead.
Okay.
They are received for demonstrative purposes only to help this witness illustrate her testimony.
And Your Honor, can I have that delay of time attributed to the plaintiff, please?
Yes, you may.
Okay, Dr. Askenazi, I'm gonna put your slides up here, and my iPad is not putting them there. Connect. Apologize for the delay. I don't know why it keeps doing this. It works and then it won't work. Dr. Askenazi, while it's coming up, so we don't waste time. Oh, there it is. Are these the slides that we were just discussing?
Yes, they are.
Okay, great. And let's go into the first slide, which is Mr. Sanderson's mental health history. You note a number of things, but I would like to focus on some things that maybe have not been covered,
Okay.
including Mr. Sanderson's mental health history, how it relates to his emotions and relationships. So if you could discuss the mental health history with that focus.
Judge, this is duplicative of Dr. Eastvold, and we just discussed that at the bench.
Overruled? Some minor overlap, but it doesn't seem significant.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. Do you remember the question?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
So I won't repeat the known history of anxiety and depression. And again, this is not something that Dr. Fong had assessed, and we know it dates back decades. But very specifically, he had sought treatment in 2009 because he was having relationship issues, both with his family and in other relationships, that he described as a conflictual interactional style that got him into trouble. He described that he is someone who likes to be in control, and he gets frustrated when he's not. And these were in the treatment records as to why he was seeking out treatment at that time.
Got it. Did you note in his history any significant anger issues?
It has been brought to my attention that there was an issue that he punched someone at some point who he believed was in a relationship with his wife. There was also a restraining order. So the first one was beforehand, and the second one was in the last few years, a restraining order against him.
Let's see. I think Dr. Eastvold covered a couple things there, so we'll move on to, whoops, sorry. Here's the next slide. It's still under that same banner of prior medical history, meaning before the accident, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And here you kind of talk about medications, which has not really been discussed, I don't believe, in too much detail. What was significant to you in the past, again, the pre-accident history in terms of Mr. Sanderson's medications?
Okay. So we've already talked about that he's long been on medicines for depression, anxiety, and insomnia, but multiple times over the years before this incident, he tried to get off the medications, and every time he tried to get off them, his symptoms would always rebound. He'd have greater depression, greater anxiety, couldn't sleep, and so it was a bit of a cycle that he would get off and then need to get back on it again.
And were these all being treated at the time of the accident?
So they were being treated, but what's interesting, in his last visit with his primary care physician right before the accident, the one that occurred on February 2nd, 2006, he actually informed his doctor that he had taken himself off his Wellbutrin, which was his antidepressant in the medicine that was also helping control some of his anxiety. So you're talking within a few weeks of his accident, he had disclosed that he had taken himself off his medication again.
And why was that significant in your evaluation?
I found it significant because the records beforehand showed that he had always had a rebound when he got off medication. So some of his reported mood changes in the months that followed when he was still off the medication could have been attributed to not having it properly treated.
Did he do anything else aside from take prescribed medications to deal with his mental health issues?
He did a lot of things. He was in stress management classes. He looked into Eastern philosophies, into meditation. He did yoga. He did a lot of different things in attempts to help better be stable, to supplement his medication, but again, also to try to get off his medications.
And were any of these things that he tried, medications or the what would be the word, the non-medication treatment, was any of that successful?
So I'd refer to that as adjunct therapies to the medication as well. So they were successful, but none of them permanently. So he always has cycled. So he'll be stable for a while, and sometimes even on medication, he destabilizes, and he tends to do it when there are family issues or relationship issues, or he has suffered an acute medical issue.
So why is that history significant to the assessment post-accident? In other words, what is significant about this history for your opinions relating to his concussion?
So you want to know what or how a person was functioning before any major event. You want to know, did the major event cause the changes, or would these be expected as sort of the normal cycle of that individual? And what can you attribute to what?
I see. And these issues that you noted pre-accident, did they continue post-accident?
They did. Now, he did have an exacerbation right after the accident. He was in pain. He was on oxycodone. His hypertension was out of control. He was irritable from the pain and from the medication. He was feeling foggy because of it. And he also, of course, was not on his medication that he had discontinued right beforehand. So you do see a flare-up of his mental health complaints, his anxiety especially, but also his his depression in the months that followed. But then you can also see that by the end of July, beginning of August, he's back to his baseline.
I see. And when you say baseline, does that mean where his mental health conditions were before the accident?
Exactly. So it's his baseline, not anyone else's. So he always had some chronic anxiety. He'd always had periods of depression. The insomnia persisted. So he was back to his baseline. So starting in about August 2016, you see that he doesn't have exceptional complaints about flare-ups of anxiety, flare-ups of depression. He actually has no cognitive complaints starting in August 2016 in his medical records, beyond those that would be normal for someone's age, some minor forgetfulness. So that's important because you see that there was an exacerbation, and about 5 months later, his ribs are healed, he's off the pain medication, and he's back to his pre-existing baseline.
And in your review of Dr. Fong's evaluation, she did not consider any of this that you're discussing, is that right?
No, she didn't seem to know that at all. She actually had documented that he reported things like dizziness, loss of balance, headaches, attention problems, memory problems that not only were present, but had been present the entire year and a half prior to her seeing him, which the medical records show is not true.
Let's go to the next slide. It's the brain scan history. I think this was covered earlier by Dr. Black. Were you in the courtroom?
Yes, I was. This has been covered quite a bit. But I'm not sure if this was mentioned or not, but the reason why he had the brain scan was not actually just because of that occlusion in his retinal artery. He had a flare-up of his migraine headaches, which he had suffered from his 30s or 40s, and they were checking his brain then, and that's when they found the normal pressure hydrocephalus, or found results they thought were consistent with it. But as you can see in my note there actually were no cognitive complaints at that time.
Okay, so here's the next slide relating to the skiing incident of February 26, 2016. And you were here for Dr. Eastvold's testimony.
Yes.
We don't want to cover things that have been covered already. Do you have any opinions that would be new, any new insight relating to this particular incident and Mr. Sanderson's symptoms, the way it may have contributed to those?
I absolutely agree with everything that Dr. Eastvold said about this. I had also read a little bit more about his claim of amnesia, of not recalling what happened before and not having formed those memories of what happened before. It was actually much later that he started telling stories of what he recalled. But that was not there initially. He said he did not know what happened that led to that accident. And then, of course, she had also mentioned, we talk about the oxycodone. He started drinking more. He was in pain, and his blood pressure was unstable right afterwards. So those are all things that occurred immediately afterwards as well.
You mentioned the telling of this accident story, and I'm wondering if you might comment on the term confabulation, whether it's connected. It has come up in prior testimony. Is that something that you know about?
So confabulation is a bit different. In a technical term in neuropsychology, we talk about confabulation as people making things up to fill in gaps. You often see it in dementia or, other type of neurological disorders where they can't remember it. It doesn't seem to be a real confabulation. I don't know if there really was amnesia or he really did recall things. But I'm not going to opine because there's no real source of him to confabulate. That's not something you'd see associated with a concussion.
I see. Are there any other maybe related notable patterns that you see in Mr. Sanderson? For example, maybe embellishment?
Yes, so he's very interesting because sometimes he embellishes his medical issues and sometimes he completely denies them or minimizes them. They're very extreme. The one issue that really comes to mind is when he cut his calf with a box opener. He was opening a box and he ended up cutting his calf and he needed stitches for it. And he went to the ER and he got stitches. He had some concern in the week that followed that he had maybe deep vein thrombosis or compartment syndrome. He went back to the ER. They said, no, you're fine. 5 years later, he tells his doctor that when he cut himself, he cut his femoral artery and almost bled to death. And that he's been having symptoms since that time, even though this is the very first time in 5 years he's ever mentioned it to his doctor he's been seeing over the course of 5 years.
So what does that tell you about?
This goes far beyond Dr. Fong. We just saw it at the bench. Just duplicative testimony.
Overruled.
So what does an episode or a trait like that tell you about Mr. Sanderson's symptoms after the accident? Does it give you any insight as to what's going on?
Well, I think he himself best explained it when he said that he has changed his report of things based on the attention he wants to get at the time.
I see. Okay, let's go to the next slide. This is, I guess I haven't been really saying these for the record. This is 105F, in case that's helpful. So again, Dr. Eastvold had talked about the concussion, but Dr. Fong also talks about the concussion, and you're aware of her testimony about it, correct?
Yes.
And is there anything that we haven't discussed already that you'd like to add in responding to Dr. Fong's opinion about that, the relating the post-accident symptoms to a concussion?
So the organization, the leading organization of clinical neuropsychology in the country is the American Academy of Clinical Neuropsychology. And in 2017, they published meta-analysis of research, meaning they looked at a lot of research out there about post-concussion syndrome. And what they found was that symptoms associated with post-concussion syndrome are actually more frequently reported in individuals with mental health diagnoses who've never even had a traumatic brain injury than someone who's had a mild traumatic brain injury with no other conditions. So I think it's important to realize that they're saying that once you hit 3 months, You really cannot use the symptoms that are reported to diagnose post-concussion syndrome. You really have to show the pathway from the concussion to those complaints.
And did you see any indication that Dr. Fong was aware of the study that you just mentioned?
I mean, this was a compilation of many, many studies with thousands of actual individuals associated with that study. I don't believe so. I didn't see her mention it whatsoever, that she seemed to be aware that they had published it was the leading authority in clinical neuropsychology had published this information.
Judge, we object to this. This violates your order on disclosure of medical literature is going to be used. We never received this.
Has this been disclosed?
This particular study?
Right.
I believe it's mentioned in the Dr. Askenazi's report.
Okay. Overruled?
Did you note that staying with concussions for just a second, did you note that Dr. Fong offered testimony that studies are actually showing that there are increasing numbers of people that have persistent post-concussion symptoms?
Again, that's still considered research because it's hard for us to distinguish this constellation of symptoms from other conditions. So whether or not it's really due to the brain, whether it's due to mental health factors, whether or not there's something else going on, it's hard to know. I am familiar with some research that has looked into it, and they haven't controlled for things like how many concussions has the person had in what time frame.
I see. And what would be the problem with your results if you didn't control for that kind of a thing?
So we know that if someone suffers a second concussion when they're still actively symptomatic from the first one, it will have an additive effect. It will actually make things worse, the symptoms worse, and the recovery longer.
I see. And let's go to the next slide here. This one you titled Complicating Factors, and you discuss, there's various things here, but I want to focus on the increased blood pressure. I don't know that that's been discussed very much. What's notable about the increase of blood pressure in your mind?
So a few days after the accident, and he was prescribed the oxycodone the second day, he contacts his doctor and he says, my blood pressure is really high. I believe he had assessed it at home at something like 196 over 104, which is exceptionally high and could be really contributing to symptoms. He followed up with her the next day, then he went in and saw her the next week. And it's important because it can be contributing to the symptoms of feeling foggy or unwell or not like yourself. That's pretty high blood pressure.
So was that blood pressure contributing to symptoms Mr. Sanderson believed were connected to the concussion in your mind?
It appeared so, yes.
Okay, so let's go to the next slide. Uh-oh. It's not letting me undo this. It's kind of going slow here, so let me reset it. Okay, so the next slide is early cognitive assessments. I believe Dr. Eastvold covered these in her testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So I think we can move on from those, unless you have anything to add that she didn't cover.
No.
Okay, and then this 2017 cognitive complaints, I believe this also covers things that Dr. Eastvold covered. Is that correct?
It did, but she didn't cover the interim. So in the medical records, between that August 2016 and through that early April 2017, again, he has not complaining exceptionally about mental health symptoms or cognitive symptoms. And the last time he sees his regular doctor is February 13th in 2017. There aren't complaints then. It was only when his friend dies from Alzheimer's disease that he starts worrying that he is experiencing cognitive decline.
So I think in the interest of time, we're on 105J. I apologize, just we don't have very much time, so I'm trying to figure out what to focus on here. I think most of this was covered by Dr. Eastvold.
Could you actually go back to that last one?
Sure. The cognitive effects.
Yes.
I didn't mean to skip that. Obviously, this is Dr. Fong's cognitive effects. It's Dr. Fong's clinic. Is that correct?
Yes, that is.
And let's see. How would you characterize what her clinic does?
So what they do is, and this is her words, they do a boot camp to rehabilitate people from mild traumatic brain injuries, whether it's weeks, months, years, or decades after the fact.
I see. And what are the criticisms you have of their approach? And let's not talk about the imaging because that hasn't been addressed.
So the thing is, what is offered there is not unusual in terms of rehabilitation for traumatic brain injuries. But moderate to severe traumatic brain injuries, none of these treatments have really been established in mild traumatic brain injury. And that's fine if they're using this for research to try to establish that. The thing is specifically in Mr. Sanderson's case, he was cognitively assessed over and over again, at least once per day during the time he was there. They assess in the morning and sometimes also in the afternoon, give them tasks of attention, have them read stuff, see if they comprehend it, see if he has memory for it later that day or the next day. Every one of his cognitive assessments at Cognitive FX showed that he was cognitively intact.
Let's move to this slide that talks about a head injury. Do you recall Dr. Fong reporting that Mr. Sanderson had told her about a head injury he had experienced because he was dehydrated and fell down? Do you remember that?
So yes, but this didn't occur during his intake for Cognitive FX because it happened afterwards. I believe it was for her deposition that it was mentioned.
Right, and what's significant, if anything, about that injury in your mind?
Okay. So according to Mr. Sanderson, he arrived home one day dehydrated, passed out, hit his head, and he believed he was unconscious for at least 45 minutes. And then he awoke with a bump on his head. As he described, he thought this event could have killed him, and he couldn't believe that he didn't call emergency services for it. Now, whether or not this is an embellishment of what really happened or not, I don't know, because he actually didn't seek treatment for this event. But what I do know is by his own description, this is a much more significant event than anything that happened in 2016.
And did you note whether he reported this particular event to other providers, aside from Dr. Fong?
No, I did not see it in my original review of VA records.
There's been some talk about Mr. Sanderson's heart and heart conditions. Do you know anything about his heart conditions?
I know a bit. I know he has a history of heart palpitations. And
are those related to your opinions in any way?
It's not related to the opinions about his medical condition, but it's important to know his sort of decision-making strategies associated with it, because after Dr. Goldstein recommended he either try a psychostimulant for attention problems or something for early onset or early signs of dementia, he chose to go the psychostimulant route, and he asked to get on a medicine like Adderall or Concerta. And both his cardiologist and psychiatrist told him he should not, given his heart conditions. And he researched and he communicated with him all the reasons why he thought should be taking this, and even the specific medication he thought he should or should not be taking. And he eventually did go on the medication, assuming full risk, because both of his doctors had told him they did not agree with that.
So does that, do those events tell you anything about Mr. Sanderson's post-accident symptoms, the things he's connected back to the accident?
I don't know if it's connected back to the accident, but again, it shows sort of this pattern of how he approaches his medical conditions and how he deals with them.
And how is that?
It can be extreme at times. I mean, sometimes he overreports it, sometimes he denies it. We know before his accident, he delayed getting treatment for potential cancer for years. He got referred over and over and over again to have follow-up, and he didn't because he didn't want to deal with it.
I see. And you've talked about Dr. Fong receiving a self-report from Mr. Sanderson. Do you have any opinions about whether Mr. Sanderson has a pattern of being an unreliable reporter of his own medical condition?
So my concern is he's reporting symptoms to her in a way that it made it sound like it had continued through time. But he had complained once about gait difficulty. He was assessed and it was normal. He had complained about attention and memory, but it was tested and it was normal. And he wasn't providing the full picture of these symptoms he was complaining about and the time frame and the test results associated with these complaints already having been evaluated.
Let's go, just because we got very little time here. This is your last slide, I believe, your conclusions. And maybe we can just use this as a moment to sum up and make sure the jury understands your opinion. Do you believe that Mr. Sanderson has any permanent symptoms relating back to his ski accident in 2016?
No, by the end of July 2016, his records from his treatment providers are quite clean in that regard.
And do you believe he had a concussion?
It's questionable. There's been a lot of question regarding concussion, regarding loss of consciousness, regarding if there was real amnesia. Was his disorientation just a brief what happened, or was it real disorientation? But I prefer giving it to him, saying that, this event did cause a mild concussion, but we know almost immediately there's no more symptoms of it.
All right. Maybe my last question for now is whether you believe it's unprofessional for you to render opinions about Mr. Sanderson having not met with him and evaluated him personally.
Okay. So anyone that engages in a psychological evaluation for forensic purposes, meaning for legal purposes, we are guided by the Forensic Psychology Specialty Guidelines. So whereas the American Psychological Association oversees clinical work, the Forensic Psychology Guidelines oversees legal work. And whether or not you're boarded in forensic psychology, you're supposed to be abiding by those guidelines. And they very specifically talk about knowing that sometimes it may not be necessary to do an in-person evaluation. You may not have access to them. I've had cases where I've had to recreate mental status for someone who's passed away and change their will at the end of their life. Sometimes you just don't have that access. And they are very specific in saying that if there are any limitations to your opinions, especially due to if you don't see them in person, that you identify those. But I felt very comfortable in giving the opinions because I had all the records from the time and for at least 5 years afterwards.
Dr. Fong noted that Mr. Sanderson complained of cognitive issues after the concussion, correct?
Yes.
And what is your response to her conclusions about those cognitive assessments or cognitive issues?
Well, in the records, he does complain about being foggy and having trouble paying attention. And that's why he asked to get evaluated and why he was sent to a speech therapist for that evaluation in March and April 2016. So he was taken seriously at that time with those complaints. But as we know, that testing was clean, and even the speech therapist told him that there's a big difference between motivation and memory.
Did you see that executive function table that we showed Dr. Dr. Eastvold?
Yes.
And did you have anything to add to what she said about it?
No, I think she was very thorough in describing there's a big difference between self-report and what is objectively assessed.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have for now.
Thank you.
You, Mr. Egan.
You want to take a short break now or just go into it?
Let's keep going.
I noticed in your vita that, at least as far as I could tell, all of your experiences with criminal cases.
Oh gosh, no. Those were notable cases that I've testified on. About 75 to 80% of my forensic work is civil.
Okay. So, with respect to this case, you're telling the jury that, I mean, you knew this was going to be a big, important case, didn't you?
Yes.
All right. And did you ever request to do a personal evaluation?
So we discussed this possibility because I was originally asked to do a records review. And I let them know that if after reviewing the records, I felt a need to see him in person in order to render any opinions regarding the questions that were being asked, that I would very specifically request it.
Isn't it generally for someone like yourself, a professional, independent professional, isn't it better to have a clinical interview and do testing yourself?
In a case like this, when you're talking about an incident that's more than 5 years old, no, because the longer you get away from an incident, the more distorted the memories get for that incident.
Okay. So, because at 7 years old, you didn't think you needed to do an evaluation and actually have a clinical meeting with him.
So I was actually concerned if he was starting to develop dementia based on his complaints. But again, I'm seeing testing in 2020 and even scans in 2021. Dr. Bohm did a mental status examination. All of it showed intact cognitive functioning. So if I was concerned that he had a newer onset dementia or cognitive difficulties, I would have requested it.
So, in this case, you're saying no exam, but no harm, no foul. Is that basically it?
Yes, because we're specifically talking about an acute mild traumatic brain injury years ago and the time after that.
Okay, now, I think you're the only expert we had from the defense. I do apologize, this cold has been dogging me for a while. The only expert we had for the defense that prepared an actual report. Okay, and it's about, let's see here, without your vita, it's 54 pages, single-spaced.
Yes, that's sort of like a moderate range for me.
Okay.
I sometimes write reports well up to and over 100 pages, depending on how many years of records or other expert reports that I might review.
I did a word search and looked for the words executive function. Executive function. The only reference I found to it was where you're simply reporting a test someone else gave. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, because there's no report in his medical records that he was having executive functioning difficulties.
Did you read the report of Sam Goldstein?
Yes, I did.
Did you read Alina Fong?
Well, she didn't really do a report. You mean the pre and post, like assessments?
Simple yes or no. Did you read a report from her?
That's what I'm saying. I'm not sure what you're saying when you say report, because I don't believe she wrote a report.
Did you watch the testimony of either Dr. Fong or Dr. Goldstein?
Yes, I saw Dr. Fong's.
Did you see her testimony about executive functioning? It's one of the main problems that Terry has.
That's the main problems he self-reports, but again, every single assessment while he was there showed he was intact. There was nothing in his actual medical records documenting executive dysfunction other than a self-report.
But if you come to Utah to testify in a big case, and you know that's going to happen, right? Isn't it, from a professional standpoint, lacking in responsibility not to address his biggest problem? His biggest problem. Executive function. You didn't even mention it in the 54-page report.
That's
correct?
because in all the records I reviewed, that was not listed as his problem.
Okay. Did you read the depositions of Carlene Davidson and Shay Hareth and Polly Gresham?
Not of his girlfriend, but of the daughters.
You didn't read his girlfriend's deposition?
No, I did not.
Do you know that she was with him for a year and a half before the ski crash and 6 months after?
That sounds like a long time beforehand. That doesn't sound quite right, but I'll take whatever you give me.
That's what she testified to, both in deposition and in trial.
I don't know the specific length of their
Okay.
relationship.
Now, do you think a person like that might be able to tell you a lot about executive functioning?
A layperson? No, I trust the experts a lot more in that regard.
Oh, okay. So you don't look at before and after witnesses then?
If I had actually seen before and after reports of anyone who knew him, I of course would have looked at that. I never saw that.
You didn't think that her testimony by deposition was important enough to read it, did you?
It has nothing to do with important or not. I wasn't provided it, and I specifically asked for all the objective data that there was, including all the medical records. When you talk about depositions of family members, you get into a very murky area because they oftentimes have a vested interest in the outcome.
So the defense did not provide you the deposition of Carlene Davidson?
I wasn't provided any depositions until last week after the trial actually started.
The defense didn't provide you the deposition of Polly Gresham?
That's correct.
The defense didn't provide you the deposition of Shay Hareth?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Do you understand that each of those three women, 2 daughters and a girlfriend, longtime girlfriend that was hoping to marry him, okay, said that there was a sudden and dramatic change in his condition beginning with the ski crash? Are you aware of that?
Yes, as I told you, I did read them last week, and the main issue is if you look at one of them, they said it was immediate and he recovered from his slowness. There's a lot of contradictory things between the depositions and the actual trial. But so I did review them, but again, you can't give the same weight to a family self-report to symptoms when you're talking about reviewing 20 years of medical records that literally documents objective information from before to after.
Okay. It's a very short question I answered, and you gave me a very long answer. Let me try again, okay? I'm just a simple country lawyer, and not very smart, okay? But I can read, thank goodness. Now, do you think that the depositions of 3 people who know him very well could give you insight on what his condition was before and after the ski crash?
I don't think it provides much objective information, but it provides personal context.
Hey, are you aware that Dr. Fong has treated thousands and thousands and thousands of people with traumatic brain injury? You aware of that?
Her businesses, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that Dr. Goldstein has written dozens of books and book chapters and authored many tests, including one on executive function? Are you aware of that?
Yes, but I don't refer to that as a test. When it's a self-report, it's referred to as a scale, and that's how he refers to it.
Okay. Are you aware that he developed that?
Yes, I am.
Are you aware that he testified here in open court that it's in use worldwide?
No, I'm not. I did not see his testimony.
Were you aware that Dr. Fong treats about 20%, I think, of her patients or come from other countries?
No, I don't know that.
You know, last week she was in Holland, Netherlands, giving a lecture on what she does. Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay, let me ask you if you made an effort to tell the whole story in your report.
I tried to tell the story as completely as I could. As you said, my first report was 56 pages long. That was a summary of all the materials I'd been given at that time.
Your Honor, I ask permission to show a section of her report that I'm going to talk about for just a minute.
Any objection?
Object as to hearsay.
There's an objection as to hearsay that be sustained.
Okay.
The report is hearsay.
Yeah, but the witness is here to testify about it.
Can we admit it?
I want to admit it, but she's here to testify about it, so surely I can cross-examine her on something she wrote for this jury.
Sure, you can do that, but you can do that without showing it to her.
Right. Fair enough.
Showing it to the jury anyway.
The defense doesn't want me to show you your own report, so let me read it to you.
Your Honor, admit it as it.
Reports are never admissible. We have a bunch we could admit to, but I think it would bore the jury to read them. So,
go ahead and ask your question.
Turn in you have your report handy?
No, if you want to give me a copy.
You have a copy she can use? First one, yeah. Let's take a look at it, page 23. Now, Your Honor, I can show her an admitted exhibit, right? Sure. All right.
For the record, which exhibit are you looking at?
This is 27, excuse me, 27.
Plaintiff's 27?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is. Let's take a look here. Now, I'm going to take my trusty red pencil made by Pentax, and I'm going to put a little bracket out here so you can follow along. Now, this is, by the way, an evaluation done at the VA on June 1, 2017, okay? All right. Now, on your report, page 23, did you say the following? Although he did not meet...
I'm sorry, could you show me, tell me where...
Page 23.
Okay, where?
Second paragraph down.
Okay, thank you.
Although he did not meet the full criteria for major depressive disorder, he did not have some features and symptoms of depression. It was noted he, open quote, does not meet criteria for any type of cognitive impairment. Period, close quote. Is that what you wrote?
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at the actual record.
Yes.
Counsel, just, you didn't read it
Quite right. You inserted the word "not" in the first sentence.
Excuse me.
After the first.
It was noted he does not meet criteria. That one?
No. You said he did not have some features and symptoms of depression.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me start over. Thanks for catching that.
I just want the record.
Yeah.
Also, all the
Although he did not.
all the markings are yours, Bob. Is that right?
Yes. Although he did not meet full criteria for major depressive disorder, he did have some features and symptoms of depression. Okay? It was noted he, open quote, does not meet criteria for any type of cognitive impairment, period, close quote.
Yes, correct.
Is that what you wrote?
Yes.
And then the next sentence says, ibuprofen was increased to 300 milligrams a day. So that's the next sentence, right?
Yes.
All right. However, the actual record you were quoting from says, what you wrote is he does not meet criteria for any type of cognitive impairment at this time. There's a comma there. However, as patient clearly a high-functioning individual, I think is missing, at baseline, this may be masking, compensating for any deficits. Now you left that out, didn't you?
Well, yes, that portion
No, I
doesn't
didn't ask
make
you
any
why.
sense to me.
I just said, did you leave that out?
Yes, I don't write word for word everything in the record in my report.
And the language that you left out, however, as patient is clearly a, I think means is, high-functioning individual at baseline, this may be masking, compensating for any deficits. That language that you left out, intentionally, that language says, does it not, that the fact that he is a high baseline, high-functioning individual is going to mask his cognitive deficits. And you left that out, didn't you?
Yes, because that didn't make sense to me, and I can explain that.
No further questions. Thank you.
So, my first question will be, will you explain that?
Okay. So, first of all, you can't, what we say in neuropsychology, you can't fake good. Unless someone's given you the test and you're cheating, you can't perform higher than you can on any sort of test. And when he was tested by Dr. Mattson, he was performing at a high level of abilities, average to above average functioning. That's exactly what you would expect with someone who was a B student all their lives, went to optometry school, was basically a high functioning, high average person their entire life. His testing was 100% consistent with his test results, so I didn't understand what it would mean that he could be masking deficits, because he wasn't showing deficits, and you can't fake good.
Did you watch any testimony of Mr. Sanderson's daughters during this trial?
Yes, I did.
And did watching their testimony change any of your opinions?
Not from a clinical sense. I'm not going to address any of the family issues, but it's clear that the daughters who testified in court were not very knowledgeable about their father's mental health history.
I'm going to just put up on the screen here again. I believe this is your last slide, 105V, and ask you whether any questioning from plaintiff's counsel has changed your opinion that Mr. Sanderson has no permanent psychological or cognitive issues due to the February 26, 2016 incident, and he is never tested as being cognitively impaired, and his brief emotional exacerbation abated as of July 2016.
My opinion remains the same.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sykes?
No questions.
All right. You may step down. Thank you.
Your Honor.
We will take our final recess. Short recess.
Yes, I do want, before the jury comes in, I wanted to talk about time remaining. And I can do that now or in 5 minutes.
Why don't we do it in 5 minutes to give me a chance to look at what we have?
Thank you.
How about 10 minutes so we can take care of business?
Let's come back in 5 and then the jury will come back in 10. Yes, you may. So did you get the printout here?
Yes.
Okay. So if we assume that there's 3 hours and 45 minutes of jury time left, that's 2:45 for tomorrow and 1 for today. So that's 3 hours and 45 minutes. If we assume that, then by my computation, the plaintiff gets 2 hours and 23 minutes, which includes your closing, and the defendant gets 121. Did we agree on 1 hour for closings?
I need an hour and 10. 10 on rebuttal.
So 1 hour and then plus 10 minutes. So 110 for defendants as well?
No, 1 hour for defendants. Your Honor, I think some of these delays on evidentiary matters which were overruled should be attributable to the plaintiff and not to us. You took one matter under advisement. We're working as hard as we can.
Well, there were 14 minutes of delays with the last witness that I'll charge to the plaintiff.
Whoa.
Can I add that to my time then, 1:35?
We may have to ask the jury to come early then tomorrow in order to stay on that schedule, but.
And can I tell you what I envision, Your Honor?
Those are good faith objections, Judge. Shouldn't be tagged with that.
I thought they were already calculated in the numbers.
No.
Already calculated in the numbers.
No. Defendant has 135 and the defendant has 223 remaining.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I intend to use 30 minutes now and reserve 1:05. The 1 hour is for our closing. The 5 minutes is for if they're calling a rebuttal witness tomorrow morning. We do intend to rest today. I would like to know if they're calling a rebuttal witness tomorrow.
Yes, we are. 9 a.m.
Is it?
We have a motion for a directed verdict also.
Is it one witness?
Is it just one?
Maybe two.
Well, let's not play games.
We're not playing games, Steve.
It's tomorrow morning.
There's for sure one witness.
All right.
Who is it?
So you're dividing your closing between the two of you, liability and damages?
I'm going to take 45 minutes, and Mr. Egan's going to take 15 minutes.
Okay. And have you decided how you're going to split your closings?
Not yet.
Okay.
Mr. Buhler will be involved.
Okay.
For probably 10 to 15.
And I don't have any problem with going an hour on their main argument and then 10 minutes for rebuttal. Do you?
So the reason I want to know what their rebuttal plan is for tomorrow morning so that I can decide how long to take with this very witness. So this idea, one, maybe two. One.
Why don't we get the jury in here and then we can have this conversation at the end after that?
Well, it's about, do I take 30 or 35 minutes with them right now? That's why I want to know.
So we really only have probably another 45 minutes of trial today, right? Because there's not another witness if you rest.
That's true. I want to make sure our exhibits are in. I also have a court TV objection to make, Your Honor.
Well, why don't we deal with that at the end of the day, unless it needs to be done right now?
It does.
All right.
We've had 2 decorum order violations. I'm reporting a third right now.
Media?
Yes.
No, wait. The 2 previous ones, by that media or by the AP reporter?
Sometimes it's hard for me to tell, Your Honor.
If it's a still photographer, it's not court TV.
No. My client, I've had this on 2 reports, 2 individual reports. There is a direct camera on my client's face in the last, for the last bit of testimony. I wasn't speaking, and it was just focused on her. Direct violation of how the court has interpreted the decorum order.
Do you have a picture of that?
Reports of close-ups of Gwyneth Paltrow on court TV today when she's not speaking and I'm not speaking. Do we have actual documents of it?
Photos? No, not that I don't.
Try to get them, would you?
Well, Okay, so that's noted, and I'm going to ask Court TV to, if they need any clarification on the decorum order, to ask for it, but otherwise, they should only be going on the lectern and on the witness, unless an objection is made at counsel table, and then they can show counsel table.
Thank you.
Judge, we've had, I don't know, 8 or 10 objections about the decorum order. I think you ought to charge all of that to them. We've had not one on our side. And Mr. Buhler is very famous, and so I think that, you know.
My cousin's Ferris.
So, I'm serious, there's been a lot of these decorum things.
And none of them have been charged to either side, because they've been out of the hearing of the jury that we've dealt with those issues.
Right.
So you're being charged for jury time.
Okay.
So we'll take the last witness right now, and you're going to take about 30 minutes?
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
And then we'll...
Your Honor, I don't expect taking 30 minutes on our side, but what I'd like to do is, I mean, obviously, I don't want to be charged with that because we need to use that for tomorrow morning, but we can use time for defense to enter in their exhibits, all of the motions outside of the jury, et cetera.
Okay, well, let's get the jury in here now, and then we'll deal with whatever issues that we have.
Can I predict one more thing? We're going to start showing exhibits from Defense Exhibit 111.
Why don't you get the jury lined up?
Defense Exhibit 111, starting at page 47. I don't want objections on foundation of these. I went through every single one of them on his deposition. He recognized it. He didn't dispute the date. And if I'm being charged for times, I don't want objections as to foundation on any of those documents.
Page 47?
Correct. And going on for about 30 pictures.
There's about 162 pages in Exhibit 111.
I'm gonna stop at 87. So 47 to 87.
So those 40 pages, any objection to receiving those?
1 through 80, what was it? The
47 to 87.
47 to 87.
And this was the subject of a motion in limine, I believe?
Yes, it was.
And I indicated that if there were objections that were made that were valid, then they're valid. But if they're not valid, they'd be charged, the time would be charged to the objecting party.
Your Honor, as long as we note that many of these, the counsel ascribed these documents to being produced by my client, and they're obviously not, because he's in the photo.
My question is just, do you have any objection to the court receiving them as an exhibit?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so Defense Exhibit 111, pages 47 through 87 are received. Anything else before the jury walks in?
No, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Owens, you may proceed. Mr. Sanderson, you'll need to be sworn.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Okay.
Mr. Sanderson, we met before, we didn't finish, so we're trying to work our way in. I'm on a 30-minute clock, so I'm gonna try to ask questions very directly and just have you say yes or no.
If I can, I will.
Did you, upon filing your lawsuit,
in a press conference, compare my client to King Kong coming out of the jungle? Yes or no?
That was not my intention.
Did you do that? Did I make up those words, or are those your words to the press?
I'm not sure, but probably sounds familiar.
Do you dispute it?
I dispute my intentions, that's all.
King Kong coming out of the jungle.
Press conference.
Pardon?
Press conference. I was pretty...
Did you say those words about my client?
I meant to say King Kong just chased someone out of the jungle. That's what I meant.
Did you refer to her as Godzilla to your daughter?
I did not. I don't remember that.
She testified to that.
I don't remember that. It's gone. Sorry.
You told everyone it was a hit and run, right? Wrote to your own hometown newspaper and said, she hit and ran me.
I did say that.
And that's been dismissed by this court. Do you understand that?
Yes, I guess so. Yes.
I want to talk, please bring that up. This is D110. And do you see it on your screen, sir? 104.
Yes, page 400.
Can you maybe enlarge the first half? Post-incident travel by Dr. Sanderson, Mr. Sanderson. Did you go to Peru?
Yes.
After the collision. All of these are after the collision, okay?
Yes.
Visit Machu Picchu?
Costa Rica, yes.
Walk the Golden Trail?
Yes.
Machu Picchu is in Peru.
Yes.
Floated down the Amazon?
Yes, I guess so.
Costa Rica. Did you do a zip line?
Same trip, yes.
Did you go to Europe, visit Netherlands, Germany, Switzerland, Italy, France, Belgium?
With my daughter, Jenny, yes.
Bottom half, James, please. Did you go to the Netherlands 3 times?
I don't remember.
Well, if you're disputing it, then we pull it out of your deposition.
I don't remember. I have no reason to dispute it or agree.
Okay, Morocco twice. True?
Likely, very likely.
Canary Islands. I need to know if you're disputing these things.
I can't dispute it, no.
Thailand. Did you go to Thailand after the collision?
Yes.
Did you visit at least the states of Washington, Oregon, Montana, and Idaho after the collision?
Probably, yes.
Let's go to the 11147. You're a Facebooker, right? At least you were at the time. You posted a lot on social media.
Relative to other people, it didn't seem like I did. Very little.
All of these pictures are from your personal Facebook after the collision.
Okay.
Let's go to number 47. And is there a way to enlarge it, James? Is this you doing a selfie in your backyard?
Beautiful sunset, probably so.
Page 48, having a party in your backyard?
No. That was somebody else's party. I just dropped it. It was my renter's party.
If you can straighten it up.
Cinco de Mayo. And she wanted to use the back deck.
And enlarge if you can. You went to a party in your backyard after the collision, true?
I just visited to make sure they had everything they needed.
Yes?
Yes.
Page 49, not very good quality. This is from you and your girlfriend at the time, smiling, true?
Yes, yes.
Next one, number 50. This is a picture of you and your girlfriend.
Yes.
And smiling big, right?
Smile, camera, yep.
Next one, 51. This is you and your girlfriend. Is that southern Utah hiking?
I don't remember where.
Looks like you have one of those cool backpacks with water on. Is that true?
Yes, that's true.
Next one, 52. This is you going on a hike, taking a picture of a moose, right?
Yes.
Nothing like fresh, cool air, a running brook, and easily entertained and hungry company. That's your personal post. Is that true?
Yes. Definitely.
53. This is another picture of you on a hike. True?
Yes, trying out my camera saying smile.
Every one of these pictures is after the collision. Page 54. This is you and your girlfriend at the time. Is that true?
Yes.
You look pretty happy. You agree?
Yes.
Page 55. This is you and your girlfriend
This is this very same year, 2016, as the incident in question. This is you and your girlfriend on your Facebook, all smiles, true?
Yes, true.
56, let's look at another picture, you and your girlfriend on a hike smiling, true?
Yes.
Do you have that cool backpack on again?
Yes.
Camelback, is that
Yes,
the brand?
It is.
Page 57, let's go again. Is this you, same year of the accident, hiking?
Yes.
That looks pretty steep.
Trying to get back in shape, yeah.
Page 58, is this you kayaking after the collision? Just now, we're 7 months after the collision.
Absolutely not.
Is that a kayak above you?
I don't know what it is.
Sir, I asked you about this in your deposition. Is this you kayaking?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, boy.
I was trying on helmets to protect my head.
Did you go kayaking after the collision?
I don't remember that, but this is not it. This was in a local
It's a
store.
whole different question. Let's ignore the picture.
Thank you.
Did you kayak after the collision?
No, I don't think so.
All right, let's try to find it. You went scuba diving, right?
What year?
After, I don't even care what year. After the collision.
I did go sometime after, yeah.
You went to an auto show in Germany. Does this sound right?
With my daughter, yes.
Went to a shooting range. Does this sound right?
Yes.
BMX bike show, right?
Maybe, not sure.
Scuba diving 4 different occasions. Is that true?
Probably on the same week, on the same trip, probably.
Went on a boat ride of several canals in the Netherlands, true?
Yes.
You rode bikes?
Yes.
Did bus tours?
Yes.
Boat tours?
Yes.
Auto show we talked about. Explored older towns in Central Europe, true?
True, with my daughter. It was wonderful.
Morocco. Is there a word called Marrakech?
Yeah, yes.
What is that again?
It's a city.
All right. You visited there twice?
I did, Zakia.
Explored Jewish markets there?
Yes.
Cultural sites, the Dior Museum. Is that cool?
Yes, I did.
All right, let's move on. The kayak. Is there a reason are you wearing a helmet for a kayak with a kayak right above you?
You know, I'm in a sporting goods store on the west side that has everything in it, and there was a mirror right there. And I was trying on helmets for protection, not for kayaks, just for general protection. Maybe for skiing at that time. I was looking, they didn't have anything I wanted.
All right.
I was looking for a MIPS helmet.
Let's go to 59. You went to a rock concert. Is that true? After the collision?
I probably did.
Same year. Let's go to 60.
I think this is when I tried working for the Green Team Recycling again.
That's after the collision?
Yes, that's the team. I tried it.
That's you on the first row on the right with the big smile. True?
Yes, that's me.
Let's go to 61.
Oh, and Carlene's there.
61. Is this your girlfriend at the time in a cool-looking waterfall?
It is.
Let's go to 62. Is this you after the collision up in the ski resorts, or what is this?
Yeah, about a year later. I think I was just walking up in the hills above my house.
Okay, page 63. Is this you skiing after the collision?
It could be. I did go with Robin one time to try it out. I tried it by myself twice.
Okay, 60. Well, I'm asserting that this is you skiing after the collision. Do you dispute it?
It was that following year. I don't dispute it.
Okay, 64. Is this you out with your drinking buddies?
Yes.
Did you have an installed breathalyzer in your car? Yes or no?
I had a personal one that you just hold in your hand.
Page 65, is this you and your notes? Is this you and your...
Yes, being proud of my daughters, being strong daughters, because we're in an exhibit that was about strong women.
Page 66, and you went to that exhibit, right?
I did.
Is this you? This is a post highly recommending the escape room for fun, family engagement, and problem solving. Yes?
Especially if you go with teenagers, it's a ball.
Okay, but you're actually contributing to figuring out how to get out of a kind of a scary, mysterious room?
You just put the kids in charge. They figured out it's amazing.
67. Is this you, wheels up at Salt Lake, bound for Europe, the year after the collision?
That's the empty seat next to me that Robin was supposed to sit in and told me she didn't like me anymore, that my personality changed.
Did you go to Europe and did you post this? Wheels up, bound for Europe.
I posted it.
It doesn't say, I'm really sad that my girlfriend won't come with me. It doesn't say that. It's like...
Nope.
Okay.
I
Page
just
60.
wasn't sure that would happen.
68, Switzerland. Lots of wondrous sights in my travels through Europe, right?
Yes. My daughter took Robin's place. I got
69, the Frankfurt International Auto Show, year after the collision.
Yes.
The Mercedes exhibit, page 70. Another beautiful day in paradise with your girlfriend. Is this your post after the collision? Feeling happy, it says at the very top. Did you post this?
I believe I did.
71. You're on some kind of tour boat in the Netherlands or something. Does this sound right?
I don't remember where, but yes.
Page 72. Is this you and your girlfriend in the Netherlands?
That was a new friend, yes.
Page 73. Is this you on a bike ride looking fit and happy? Yes?
Yes.
Page 74. Is this you at the Siam Park with some friends?
Just the two, just Sakia and her son, Shaquille.
And what country is Siam Park in?
I think it's Canary Islands, just off Morocco. It's
Page 75, you and your buddies. One night, it's my turn to be wingman. There's no chicks and dancing girls. Do you see that? That's your post?
I do.
Page 76. Is this you doing yoga or Mamba or what?
It's Zumba, and she let me bring my two granddaughters there, and we had a blast. She's really good.
It's page 77. Crazy fun at the Pioneer School. Did you post that?
I did.
Is that you in the green hat?
Yes.
You were sort of the centerpiece, the spotlight person in the play?
Yes, I played Zero the Hero for my kindergarten.
It's cool you did that. Page 78, is this one of the other pictures you posted from that event?
Looks like it.
And you're the centerpiece of the whole thing, right? You're the star?
Yeah, I loved having those little kids sitting on my lap and thinking I was a hero, yes.
Page 79, is this you golfing after the event?
Actually just showing Shaquille how to hit balls. I don't remember golfing. I think I just took him and...
Driving range, right?
Yes.
80, is this you? Are you in this river cruise, river boat?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Page 81. Did someone you were with or you go parish sailing?
This was in Switzerland. No, I didn't go parasailing.
So this is just a stranger in Switzerland?
Yes.
Okay. 82. Is this you and your girlfriend?
It's my daughter, Polly. Polly.
Thank you for telling me that. I hope she was not offended by my question. Is this something you posted?
I don't know. She probably posted it, I believe.
83. Is this you on a camel?
It is.
What country?
It's Morocco, because Zakia had Morocco heritage.
Let's go to 84. Is that you in front of something cool?
Yes, one of millions of temples in Thailand that I kept telling my friends I got to travel, so.
Page 85. Is that you?
It is, yes.
Poster boy for fitness at age 75. Would you agree?
No, not at all.
Page 86. Is this you doing miniature golf?
Yes.
Page 87. Is this you and your girlfriend on Facebook?
No, that's my daughter Polly again. She looks
Ugh.
just like me, I think.
I did
Except
it
50,
again.
100 years younger, yeah.
Sorry, Polly, if you're listening. All right. Let me just... I have more pictures. Let's go to 99Z. Defendant's 99Z.
Right. Those, I don't think those have been admitted yet.
Move to admit.
Which ones?
99Z through as many as I can get through in the next 5 to 7 minutes.
Some water? Sure.
It's on the desk.
Could you bring some water for the witness?
It's on the desk.
Oh.
Told I have 10 minutes. So we're going to go through some more pictures. Move to admit 99Z through 99GGG.
Collection. I've got 99.
I'll tell you what.
Oh, they're pictures. Go ahead.
99Z through GGG is received.
I think we've hit several of those, so perhaps I'll go address something else. Did you say when you said, decided that you had been hit from behind, that you felt like you were flying?
I didn't know how else to describe it.
Yes.
I was weightless, yes.
You told me about 3 near-death experiences after the collision. True?
I did, yes.
One was where you knocked yourself out, and you were out a long time because the whatever had melted had actually warped the wood floor. Do you remember this?
I did, yes.
Did you seek medical care for that?
No, wasn't tuned in.
Did you think you were out at least 45 minutes?
At the time I did, but now I've come to conclusion that it was 2:30 in the morning and I just wiped up all the water on the floor and I didn't get it all. I think that's what caused the swelling. It usually takes about 45 minutes, so I'm pretty sure that would be impossible to be out.
Did you think it was important for you to maybe go see a doctor and having hit your head and being out for a long period enough that the water warped the wood floor?
At the time I thought that, but I was not making good decisions, and that sort of near-death experience happened twice again.
Another near-death experience was you were cutting a cardboard box and cut your leg. Is that true?
With the box cutter, yes. Through the femoral artery. Looked like a murder scene.
And then a third near-death experience was an accidental overdose of medications.
Yes.
And they had to give you Narcan because you'd taken OxyContin and Tramadol. Is that right?
I didn't know I'd taken Tramadol. I took just the OxyContin that I had for my ribs, actually. My ribs being broken from the ski accident.
And you blame Miss Paltrow for all 3 of those near-death experiences after, true?
I don't know if I said
that. Are you
that.
claiming it right now in this lawsuit?
Yes. Very unusual for me not to make good decisions, medical decisions.
think I'll reserve my remaining time for redirect. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. So, you need a drink?
I've been trying.
All right. Terry, you've been shown lots of pictures about all the different travels that you've done. Have you always traveled in your life?
I have. Well, no, just since retirement mostly, but
Okay. You've traveled before?
yes.
Traveled after the accident?
Oh, yes.
Have you ever told this jury or tried to insinuate in this trial that you couldn't travel?
Absolutely not.
Why did you travel? After the ski accident, why did you travel?
It was part of the healing process. I was told by several neurologists and cognitive therapists, get back to your routine. The sooner you can do that, the better you'll be, and that's been proven in some research.
Now, all these pictures, they look really great. I mean, you're smiling, you're happy.
Reflexive.
Did you struggle on those trips?
Yes, I really did. I couldn't go by myself anymore. And I found that out the hard way when Robin decided that she didn't like me anymore after 5 years. I asked my daughter to go along, and she didn't get there until the next morning. Bought her a flight, and she came over, and what did I do? Stepped off the curb.
Now, which daughter was that?
Jenny B.
That's Jenny. That's the
Yeah.
Jenny that we've heard all about, that said all kinds of nasty things about you. She went on a trip to Europe with you.
Yes, and we had a great time. Yes, we did.
All right.
She loved it.
You were shown some pictures of the green team and volunteering.
Yes.
You talked a little bit about that last week, but what has this accident done to you with volunteering?
Wow. It has just shut down my volunteer work. I tried dozens of different volunteer groups I worked with, probably 200 hours a year volunteer easily. And Green Team was a big one. I'd go up and pick up aluminum plastic, hard work, bending, stooping, lifting, 16,000 steps, and you get everything done by 1 o'clock in the morning and go home. And my plan was to do that, but I got lost. And it took me a long time to figure out how to get home. I refused to use my maps. I just don't need it. But that was the first real time that I thought, oh my, something is really different. I have no instincts for north anymore like I used to.
And you've been here now all this week. You've heard all kinds of doctors talking about how you were getting old, how you were worried about dementia, all of these mental issues. This is just a natural progression of how you were. The jury's heard from family and friends that witnessed how you changed.
This is leading, Your Honor.
I'm just setting the background. I'm going to ask the question right now.
Okay, I'd like to hear it.
What is your perception, Terry, how you changed? Was it dramatic? Was it slow? What changes did you see and did you perceive following this ski collision?
Looking back on that time, I was determined to prove I didn't have any mental issues. Everything I did was to stamp that in my record, that this guy is trying hard. He does not want to bring that into his life. It was a big deal. And I just found that it was like flipping a switch. It was like I looked back and it was the bright side, and now I'm in the dark side. And my volunteering stopped, so a lot of my self-esteem stopped. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do the job. In fact, I got chewed out by somebody I knew for 30 years saying, not that long, 15 years, saying, Terry.
Sounds like hearsay, Your Honor.
Excited utterance.
Sorry, honey.
And it's not offered for the truth.
You may answer for it'll be accepted for a limited purpose.
I can
You
answer.
can answer, yes.
I kept getting chewed out because I couldn't remember what I was doing, even though I'd done it for so many years. And I tried it again a second time, maybe 2 years later, and I got chewed out again by a lady I'd known for quite a while. I said, something's different about me. So
And Terry, how did that make you feel?
oh, it's always nice, and you know that, if you walk into a room and it says, hey, come on over here, it's Terry, you know? But when they just say, oh, it's Terry, there's something different. There's people don't see me the same way, and I don't feel the same, and it's very disappointing, to short answer, very discouraging.
You were asked about the press conference and referring to Ms. Paltrow as King Kong. Were you referring to her as King Kong or the noise that you heard?
That's leading, Your Honor.
What did King Kong refer to?
King Kong?
Sustained.
I'll withdraw it.
Overruled. Go ahead.
That's fine.
My apologies to Ms. Paltrow, because my intention got twisted up in my intentions and was to say it sounded like a lady getting chased by King Kong out of the jungle. It was that kind of I'm really scared.
Okay. And I want you to describe that, okay? Because you kind of whispered it a little bit last week. When did you hear a scream?
As I passed those big signs that said, slow down, seriously, I just went into a glide. I just started gliding. I was going plenty slow, not passing anybody on my left. I just started gliding. And then the silence was broken of that, just simply gliding down the hill, not making turns, and always on the right side. And the silence was broken with a hysterical scream, the very best hysterical scream you've ever heard.
At what point did the scream happen? Was it before you were hit, when you were hit, as you're going down? When was it?
I heard it and tensed up right absolutely a half a second probably before I got hit. In fact, I'm not so sure the scream even ended when I got hit. It ended as she hit me, and then over we went.
Okay. So there was some testimony from Ms. Paltrow again that she was hit in the back by a very large man, or that there was a very large man. Could you just step down for just a moment?
This states the testimony, Your Honor. Can we get a question?
Could you just step off the stand for just a moment?
Could you get a question? What does that mean?
I'm going to ask the question.
From the
she's
questioner. Okay.
inserting evidence into the record.
Overruled. The jury will remember what the evidence was.
Terry, do you, no, right here. Right here. Do you consider yourself a very large man?
Many times I wish I was, but no, definitely on the small side.
There's a reason I asked Ms. Paltrow why she was 5'10", or how tall she was last week.
Inserting commentary. Let's have questions.
Ms. Paltrow testified she was
Overruled, it's just prefatory. Go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Paltrow testified she was 5'10" last week. How tall are you, Terry?
5'5".
Thank you. The accident that day, the ski accident that day,
Yes.
Were there a lot of people on the run? Was it crowded or was it deserted?
Most runs that I've seen, it was, compared to most runs, it was very crowded. I would say moderately to high full is what it seemed like. Lots of people.
And were you skiing back and forth on the run, or did you stick to the right side?
That's another fact that's been changed. I was on the right side, exactly like I said. Saw all the people congealed in the middle and just went diagonal straight over to the right side and stayed inside of that 5-yard boundary where nobody was. One lone person coming out once in a while that I was wary of that was down a ways. Mm-hmm.
And that's when the scream happened, and that's when you were hit?
Absolutely, and there was no one in front of me.
And how did you land, to your recollection?
Downhill, of course. I'm going downhill, so our heads are downhill. So that's, I saw down the hill and crashed there. And I didn't remember doing this, but I did put my hands out to catch myself. That was instinctual, saved my face. But we landed, and I remember lurching off the right foot as I got hit, I thought I got to use whatever I can, and I pushed deliberately a little bit to the right because I did not want anyone in the crowd to get tangled up in us as they're going by. And I did see, just before I hit the ground, I just remember seeing a skier on the left. Goodbye.
Mr. Owens asked you, hit and run. You said it was a hit and run. Why did you say it was a hit and run?
I always considered a hit and run was something when you ran into something or somebody and then you just left the scene. And as far as I'm concerned, there was no one there when I woke up. No one except an angry man, as I said, and then I saw Craig.
And is that how you felt, that it was a hit and run?
That's how I felt, that I was, yes, that was like if you get knocked down and knocked out and nobody's around afterwards that did it, that's a hit and run.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying.
You've been here for a number of days. You've heard all the doctors testify. Your entire life has now been broadcast to the world.
I feel like I've been fleshed out, and anyone up here I think would feel the same way. Very painful.
In fact, I think you just told me back there, well, I could never go on another dating site again.
It's true. Everyone knows too much.
Do you regret bringing this lawsuit?
Well, that's the purpose, I think, is to make me regret this lawsuit. And it's the pain of trying to sue a celebrity. It's just very difficult. I will tell everyone that. You're going to get exposed.
Your Honor, we're not talking about this case now. He's talking about the world.
Sustained as to the generalization.
Was it important to you to bring this lawsuit?
It was. I felt like I was seriously injured, and then I had so many insults added to that. I think, as I said the other day, so many insults added to that and layered on that after a while...
Your Honor, post-collision conduct is not an issue. Layered on insults is not part of the lawsuit.
Overruled?
Yeah, I'm classifying it as an insult, but it's absolutely ignoring me, ignorance. And that's what it felt like. It's like, what is going on here? This is obviously an issue that someone needs to be accountable for. And if they're never accountable, what are they going to do? They're going to do it again. Now we have the molesting of young children on an island.
Your Honor,
denial.
This is ridiculous testimony. He's talking about...
Sustained as to relevance, the last part, the jury should disregard.
That's all I have, Terry.
Do you realize you are the reason your life has been exposed to the world? You, not Ms. Paltrow.
I'm realizing that now, yes. Painful.
Do you remember, you've said you've shrunk and lost weight since the incident, right?
Well, I gained, I ballooned.
Now, when we stand you up, you've lost like 15 pounds and shrunk 3 inches, right?
I had
yes or no?
I had no idea. I guess yes. I was
just a few days ago. You said I was 175 to 80 and 5'8". Remember?
I said that not here. Oh, you know what?
In this very trial.
Overruled.
I know why I said that. It's because the VA records weighs you with all your clothes and everything on, and I knew that's what you were reading was what
clothes
the VA
don't
reported.
give you 3 inches. You with me?
Heels do.
Did you have heels on?
No, not at all.
All right. You even called yourself pudgy at the time, that you were pudgy. Do you remember that word?
What
Do you
time?
dispute using the pudgy?
What time frame?
The time when I deposed you, you said you were pudgy.
Okay. That's kind of a fun term, yeah.
Do you dispute it?
I don't.
What does that word mean?
I never thought about it. Just sort of got a little more roundish, I guess. Haven't defined that before.
Did I hear you say you didn't like to be ignored? Don't ignore me? Are those the words you used?
Just now?
Just 2 minutes ago.
I probably did say that.
Let's go to page 170 of your deposition and ask that it be published and brought up.
do you have your transcript right there?
I do. I think so. I think that's what this is.
Your Honor, may I do that?
You can just read it.
It hasn't worked in the past, and
Let's try it now.
So I'm under 32, you can use the deposition, you can certainly read it into the record, but we don't need to.
All right,
show it.
let's go to page 170, and I'll assist you if you want me to.
I don't even know where 170. I don't see a seat. I mean,
Can I
have
approach
exhibits.
or-
Oh, it's another whole other. Can I close exhibits?
Yeah, close that up and then I think it's.
The three piles of paper there, one of those.
Which one?
Counsel, if you could just get him to the page, that'd be great.
Do you want me not to approach
No. I said if you want to get him to the page, that would be great.
Yes,
Thank you.
that's what I want to do.
Thank you.
I wouldn't have known which ones to look at. We're starting, okay.
And you see, I'm going to start reading at line 12.
You skip the good stuff.
This lady is on my left. Well, let's go back for a little. Remember I said I want to know what's going on in the 10 seconds before the impact. Do you remember?
I do remember that, but is it written here? I don't know.
Yes, that's my question on page 169. And then on 170, you said, and then I remember there's this lady on my left that was kind of tentative. So I deliberately, in fact, I think I said passing on your right. Pretty sure I did. I usually do. Passing on your right. And then, you know, it was just easy. It was just as easy, smooth glide. And there were not a whole lot of people. And what, I'm not,
I don't want to be interrupted right now, please. Page 170. And when I got to that point,
I could see the bottom of the hill. I could see that the trees came in a little bit from the right, it seems like, and then the whole slope was opened up. There were a few occasional people out there, but I could see all the way to the bottom. There were nobody. And then this, and nobody could have passed on my left except the gal I had just passed. So that gal I was really conscious of, because I still worried about her. And so as I went past her, I went inches per second past her. I just remember it took forever for me to get past her. And there were skis. And when they disappeared out of my vision, that's the time I heard this. So, that's the time I heard this saw, indicating scream, and then bang, it happened. It was about a second and a half, and it just hit me right in the back. All right, so do you recall that in the seconds before the collision, you were worried about the person to your left? Do you recall that?
I gave her plenty of space because she seemed like I moved way to the right before the off-piste, yes.
But you were with inches of her.
No, I was not within inches of her, no.
All right, what did you say here? Well, first of all, did I correctly read your testimony?
Yes.
All right. You were inches per second past her.
Moving very slowly, yes.
I just remember it took forever to get past her, and there were skis. Now, your right eye has problems, right?
A little bit, yeah.
Not a little bit.
Yes, a little bit.
Blind.
No.
You told 3 of your providers at the VA, I'm blind in my right eye.
I use the word loosely.
You used it, and you're an optometrist, right?
I did.
All right. So let's not say little bit, because that's pretty different from blind.
It is.
All right. So you're trying to not hit this person on the left, and you're blind in your right eye. Do you agree that you turned to clear the person on your left?
No, I knew I had plenty of room before I started by her. I wouldn't have gone by her without knowing I had plenty of room.
You took great care, didn't you?
I did.
To make sure you didn't hit the beginner skier on the left.
Yeah, but you just don't go over.
Is that
there.
true?
Yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Ms. Van Orman?
Were you skiing cautiously?
You know, I've had a long time to think about whether I want to be dangerous or cautious, and I choose cautious. Yes, I don't take chances.
What is your vision like in your right eye?
My vision, I will compare it to a flat light day. I have flat light days, if anybody knows what that means. It seems you just can't tell the contours as well of where you're at, and so you have to be a little more careful. Make sure you get in the right spot at the right time. And so I get a lot of practice skiing flat light days. That's what it amounts to, I think. It's how I describe it.
Any trouble skiing with your right eye?
Never any trouble. And unrestricted skiing. They don't handicap me on the ski slope or driver's license. I'm unlimited. I do fine.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
No more questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sanderson.
Thank you.
Any more witnesses, Mr. Owens?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Given our court limitations on time, the defense rests. We reserve the right, maybe as soon as the jury's gone, to admit into evidence each of our exhibits.
Okay.
As long as we have a good understanding of our ability to do that.
So we'll reserve your formal resting until after we deal with the exhibits.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, we're going to recess now until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. You're probably wondering what's going to happen next. And so now the defense will be resting today. The plaintiff has indicated that they may have a short amount of testimony to put on tomorrow morning. And then right after that, we will do the jury instructions, and then the attorneys will have an opportunity to sum the evidence up for you, expecting that should all be done in the morning tomorrow and start deliberations after that. It may bleed into the afternoon depending on how things go. You never can tell these things exactly, but that's what we're shooting for. So have a good evening. Remember, still following my admonition not to try to learn anything about the case, not to do any of your own investigation, and avoid any press reports about this. And please don't discuss the case with anyone. If they try to discuss it with you, just tell them you can't. The judge has ordered you not to. So thank you. So do you have your exhibits lined up for entry right now?
Sure.
The easiest thing to do might be to stand in front of you with the official one that's going to go to the jury, because there are a lot of different things floating around. If you want, we can do that so we don't take your Honor's time. I think we can do it in 10 minutes, but I don't think. I think between the lawyers and your clerk, I don't think we necessarily need you to do it, because I think we'll come to a stipulation.
Okay. Well, I'll be here for at least another hour, so if anything pops up, or whenever you're ready for me, you can just message me and I'll come out and we can enter the exhibits. And I put on your tables earlier today what I believe may be the final jury instructions, but we can talk about those in the morning, maybe 8:15 tomorrow morning.
And, Your Honor, may I have a suggestion as well? I think maybe everybody can kind of work together, get all their exhibits in, whatnot. Maybe at 8:15, the defense can rest. And then we would like just a few minutes to make some motions.
Right.
So if we're all here at 8:15, that'd be a great time to do that.
Okay, why don't we do that? And so as I mentioned, Ms. Van Norman, I put jury instructions on both tables, a couple of copies. So I'd like to get your take on whether those look final to you. And then what we don't have is a final verdict form. And I don't know, I wanted to get your take on it. Do you want to go with a special verdict form? Do you want to each present your own verdict forms for your side of the case? Do you want to have a general verdict with special interrogatories? How do you want to approach? I don't see where the parties have talked much about the special, or the form of the verdict. So
We've talked. We're only off by, I think, 2 questions.
Okay.
I think I would love a copy of what Your Honor has.
I don't have anything. I have what you have. And then
Okay.
beyond that, I usually start with the Muji the Muji one that's on the website.
Right. The counterclaim, I guess one issue on this special verdict form, for instance, is can we fill in just $1 instead of you must find damages? That's one of the issues.
I think that makes sense.
Your Honor, they can do that in their closing argument.
Yeah, but just to avoid an error of some kind and an argument and objections if they do something different, why not fill it in if it's a stipulated amount of damage?
Well, there's this.
That's fine.
Okay.
We're just inviting error otherwise.
I think that's appropriate, and then it would just be a yes or no on that.
Right.
Your Honor, spoliation, we sent in just 3 hours ago, a proposed spoliation one. We reworded it.
Okay.
Peter, I should say Peter and give him credit.
You guys have that?
Reworded
We haven't
it.
had a chance to look at it.
It's 3 hours.
Did they get it, Peter?
Yeah, I sent it to you and all the parties.
Could we handle that briefly tomorrow? I think?
Yeah, absolutely.
And, yeah. I think
Okay,
we can do
so
it.
special verdict form. I don't know that we can do more and you come up with what you like best and then give it to us and then we talk.
I'm looking for the parties to provide me with this, with whatever form you want the verdict to be in.
We like the Muji one, I think.
That's what we used, that's the base for it.
But your verdict form, first of all, it didn't track. If you look at the bottom, or if you look just after the first part of the verdict form where it talks about Terry Sanderson's two questions about Gwyneth Paltrow, the instructions don't track. And then the other thing is it has nothing about the counterclaim. And I'm not sure how, you've got, okay, so we're dealing with comparative fault, and it's not really clear how that's going to work with the counterclaim on your form. So I think it's close. I mean, I prefer the language that you guys have because that's what's from the website form. I understand, I'm willing to use other language if you want to, but I guess I'm looking to you to put together the verdict form.
Yeah, we prefer that. Defense counsel may have other ideas.
I think he's looking to both parties
Yeah, we'll
to
talk.
cooperate.
We'll cooperate with them.
Right, okay. And then we can address it tomorrow when we appear at 8:15 after the motions.
Can you get us all here or just the point people?
Anyone who wants to argue, be here.
I don't like arguing.
Or object.
I'm just a country boy.
You like that.
I walk past him in the hall, I object.
But he's just a simple country lawyer. Did we just say that at the same time?
So, Your Honor, we did file both parties. I want to make sure you have what both parties submitted. Do you? Pre-trial.
For the verdict form?
Yes.
I do.
Okay, you have that.
Yes.
I'm going to be working on closing, so is this a burden to place on you for you to put together your favorite?
I spent some time with it, and I couldn't put the two together. I admit that I could spend more time on it, but you've got some, I guess, more junior lawyers that could probably figure it out between the two sides.
Yes, I'm not trying to add a burden. Okay, James, can you be in charge of our special verdict form tonight?
And
Okay.
if you want to email it as soon as you guys agree on something, then maybe I can have a heads up before we meet tomorrow.
Okay.
I mean, the only other alternative, Mr. Owens, is, I guess, to recess after the evidence and to take the time to get it hammered out. And we'll have to do that if we can't agree before then, before tomorrow. So.
Could we both get a final count too on time?
Yes,
I think both sides would like that.
Excellent point.
You were going to ask about that? If you'll give me just a minute here, I'll get that put together.
I want to beat the rush down the hill here. I wants to get a copy of the time. Hang out. I'll be right done with it.